1. Listen closely. This moment is not random. Heaven arranged it, set it on your path, and placed these words in front of you because the time for your awakening has come. You cannot hide in the shadows any longer. You cannot keep pretending you are like everyone else. The mark on your life is undeniable. You were born for something greater. Think back to the moments you almost gave up. Nights when tears stained your pillow. When silence felt heavier than any noise. People thought you were weak. But in reality, you were in training. The unseen hand of God was shaping your inner life like a potter pressing clay, molding you for a season the world has yet to witness. Your awakening is not gentle, it shakes you awake. It demands you to rise above the distractions of this world. You were never designed to blend in. You were designed to stand out, to blaze like fire in the darkness. Consider the flame. When wind blows against it, many flames die out, but a true fire, fed by oil, only burns hotter. You are that fire. Opposition does not extinguish you, it fuels you. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you before you were born. I set you apart, appointed you prophet to nations. This is who you are, not an accident, not overlooked, not forgotten. You were known, set apart, and appointed. Let me share with you a story. There was a man who spent years in the wilderness, unknown to the world. His friends advanced, his brothers achieved, yet his life seemed paused. People called him unworthy, but while they judged his delay, God was writing a hidden story in the fields, away from crowds. He learned to fight lions and bears. He learned to worship when no one was watching. That man was David. And when the time came, the oil of kingship was poured on his head. His waiting became his proving ground. Like David, your hidden season has been holy, training. The delay was never denial, it was preparation. The awakening is like dawn breaking after a long night. First comes silence, then the faint glow on the horizon, then a sudden flood of light that no darkness can resist. That is the shift happening in your life right now. But awakenings come with responsibility. You cannot pretend ignorance anymore. You cannot numb the voice of God calling you deeper. You cannot go back to what no longer fits. To awaken is to accept the weight of destiny. And yes, that weight can feel heavy, but it is also glorious. Understand this. Not everyone will applaud your awakening. Some will misunderstand. Some will resist. Some will even mock. But this is the pattern of the chosen. Noah looked foolish, building an ark when no rain was in sight. Moses looked unqualified, standing before Pharaoh with nothing but a staff. Esther looked fragile, walking into the king's throne room uninvited. Yet all of them proved that what looks impossible to man is unstoppable with God. Chosen one. Do not shrink back. The battlefield is waiting for your courage. And the heavens are waiting for your yes. Safety will not lead you into purpose, obedience will. Picture your soul as a locked chest, hidden deep underground. For years, dust has covered it. Chains have sealed it. And people assumed nothing valuable was inside. But today, heaven is breaking the lock. Light bursts through the cracks. And inside lies treasure the world has been waiting for. That treasure is your calling. This is the beginning of your separation from the world. not because you are better, but because you are chosen, and chosen vessels cannot live like common ones. Your life has weight, your words have impact, and your obedience has eternal consequences. Pause here. Let this truth settle in your heart. Do not just receive it. Silently respond to it. Write in the comments, "I am awakening." Declare it boldly, not as a wish, but as a statement of who you are. And if this message stirred your spirit, share it with someone who needs their own awakening. Like this word, if it spoke to your heart. And subscribe, so you won't miss what heaven wants to release next. We are rising together. As a prophetic act, comment the number 444. Let it be your seal, a sign that you align with heaven's timing and completeness. This is your first step. Chosen one. The awakening has begun. The world may still see you through yesterday's lens. They may remember your failures, your weaknesses, your quiet struggles. But heaven sees you through the lens of eternity. You are not labeled by what was broken. You are identified by what God Himself placed within you. Your awakening will not look like everyone else's. For some, it will begin with a whisper, small nudges, gentle confirmations. For others, it will crash in like a thunderstorm, undeniable and fierce. However it comes to you, know this: it is the fingerprint of God on your life, awakening what has been dormant far too long. Do not despise the small beginnings. Even the oak tree began as a seed buried underground. Even rivers start as streams that no one notices. What feels small today will one day tower over mountains. What feels hidden now will soon flow into nations. Chosen one. You are stepping into a life where compromise is no longer possible. The more you awaken, the more your spirit will reject what once seemed harmless. You will feel the separation, and though it may sting, it will also set you free. Take a deep breath. Let this moment mark you. Heaven is calling, the Spirit is stirring, and the world is about to see what a chosen one truly looks like. You have wondered for years if your life carried meaning, if there was some secret written in your story that others overlooked. The truth is this: you were marked from birth. Every detail of your journey, even the moments that felt accidental or chaotic, has been woven into a divine design. You carry fingerprints of heaven on your existence, etched deeper than you ever realized. Before you even took your first breath, heaven already whispered your name. The battles you faced as a child were not random. The loneliness you felt in classrooms, the sense of not belonging, the questions that burned in your heart even when you couldn't put them into words, all of it was evidence that your spirit was alive long before you understood it. The world tried to shape you, but you were already claimed by God. Think of how seeds are marked before they break through soil. Hidden in the smallest shell is the identity of the tree it will become, no matter the storms, no matter the pressure. The DNA of that seed cannot change. It was destined to grow into something greater than itself. In the same way, your soul carried a hidden blueprint before anyone else could see your potential. Some people grew up feeling embraced and celebrated. You, however, often felt misunderstood. Your questions were too deep, your emotions too heavy, your dreams too wild for those around you. Instead of acceptance, you met rejection. Instead of encouragement, you met silence. And yet, within that silence, God was marking you. He was setting you apart, not to isolate you, but to protect what He placed inside you. The writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 139, verse 16, declare, "Your eyes saw my unformed body, all my days, were written in your book, before one of them came to be." This scripture is not abstract. It is the mirror of your own life. Every day you have lived was already seen by God. Every trial, every triumph, every delay, every acceleration, all were recorded in His book. You are not wandering aimlessly. You are walking in pages already prepared for you. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine a child born into poverty, growing up in an environment where dreams felt impossible. Each night they stared at the stars, whispering questions to the darkness. Why was I born here? Why is my life different from theirs? What no one knew was that heaven had placed a mark on that child. Decades later, that same child would rise, not only out of poverty, but into influence that would touch thousands. That mark was invisible to the world, but undeniable to God. This is how chosen ones are forged. They are born with a sensitivity others do not carry. They sense when something is wrong long before it is visible. They feel the weight of injustice. They hear whispers in the silence. And though the world may call them odd or strange, God calls them His instruments. You may not have realized it, but even your battles with fear were proof of your mark. The enemy does not waste time fighting those who pose no threat. The fact that you have faced intense spiritual battles is evidence that you are dangerous to darkness. Think of Moses. As an infant, he was targeted for destruction. Pharaoh ordered the death of every Hebrew baby boy. Yet Moses survived. Why? Because God's mark was on him. Think of Jeremiah. Even before he spoke his first word, God said, "I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." The mark preceded the mission. The same is true for you. Perhaps you tried to live like everyone else. You tried to fit in with the crowd, to silence your deeper questions, to ignore the nudges in your spirit. But every time you did, something inside you felt restless. That restlessness is the mark reminding you you were not created to be common. There is a mystery in how God marks His chosen. Sometimes it comes through a sense of difference, sometimes through hardship, sometimes through supernatural encounters. But in every case, the mark is permanent. You may run from it, deny it, or bury it beneath distractions, but it never leaves you. Picture it like an invisible flame placed in the center of your chest. At times, life piles ashes over it, busyness, heartbreak, disappointments. But when the breath of God blows, the flame ignites again, stronger than before. That flame is your calling. It refuses to be extinguished. What does it mean to be marked? It means your failures cannot disqualify you. It means your environment cannot define you. It means your scars, though painful, are not the end. They are proof that you survived what others did not. Do not despise your scars. They are not signs of weakness. They are signatures of survival. Each scar on your soul is evidence that hell tried to stop you and failed. Those scars are part of your mark. They remind the world that you are still here, still breathing, still chosen. This truth is humbling. You were not chosen because of perfection. You were chosen because God decided you would be His before your strengths, before your weaknesses, before your decisions. The choice was already made. Even now, as you reflect on your life, the pieces begin to make sense. Why you never fit in, why you wrestled with questions others never asked, why you felt the weight of things no one else seemed to notice. It was all part of the mark, chosen one. This is the unveiling. You are stepping into the awareness that what you carry is not ordinary. The mark on your life is holy. It cannot be erased. It cannot be ignored. And it cannot be transferred. It belongs to you, and you alone. And while the world may still question you, heaven does not. Heaven knows exactly who you are. Heaven has already declared your name. Heaven has already set you apart. Do not fear your difference. Do not curse the seasons of loneliness. Do not envy the paths of others. Your mark guarantees that your path is unique, and though it may feel heavy, it is also glorious. This truth must settle deep in your spirit. You are marked from birth, and nothing can undo what God has already ordained. You have carried weights others could never see. Behind your smile, there were nights of silent weeping. Behind your strength, there were moments you nearly collapsed. The world looked at you and assumed you were fine. But deep down you knew the heaviness was unbearable. This is the reality of a chosen one. You are entrusted with burdens that would crush ordinary shoulders. The truth is, your pain is not wasted. The wounds you endured, the betrayals you suffered, the loneliness you carried, each one was shaping you, carving depth into your spirit, so that when the time came, you would have the capacity to carry the mantle placed upon your life. Think of a clay vessel. Before it can hold anything of value, it must first be pressed, spun, stretched, and even placed into fire. If it could speak, the clay would cry out under the pressure. But without that process, the vessel would be too fragile, too weak, too easily broken. That is why you endured the fire. You were being shaped into something strong enough to hold the glory of God. According to what is revealed in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 18, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Numpra. This is the promise that your suffering was not punishment, it was prophecy. It was not meaningless, it was preparation. Let me share an image with you. Picture a tree growing on a mountainside. The winds beat against it daily. Storms strip its branches. Rocks cut into its roots. It looks battered. It looks weary. But when the storm ends, that same tree stands stronger than those in sheltered valleys. Why? Because resistance built resilience. In the same way, every storm that came against you has secretly strengthened your roots. Your rejection was actually redirection. The doors that closed were heaven's way of keeping you from paths too small for your destiny. The people who walked away were never meant to carry the weight of your future. Though you grieved their absence, their departure created space for the right voices, the right allies, the right destiny connections. You are not fragile. Though you may feel weak, you are not overlooked. Though you may feel invisible, you are chosen. And your scars are the proof. Think about Joseph. He was betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, imprisoned unjustly. If you judged his life by any single chapter, it would look like tragedy. But when the final pages turned, he was seated in a palace, preserving nations from famine. His scars were not shame. They were evidence that God's hand had never left him. In the same way, Your story is not defined by its darkest pages. Those chapters are the soil from which your testimony will bloom. And now, chosen one, it is time to respond, not passively, not silently, but with a declaration that shifts something inside you. Write in the comments, "I'm still here," and say it boldly. Say it as a warrior who has endured the battlefield. Say it as someone who has survived storms designed to destroy you. Say it as a reminder to yourself, to the enemy, and to the world that your survival is not accidental, it is intentional. Because the fact you are still here means your story is not over. It means purpose still breathes in you. It means your pain has not disqualified you, but has only qualified you for the glory to come. Every tear, every scar, every long night, it all becomes the foundation for the destiny rising inside you now. Your survival is more than endurance. It is testimony. You may not realize it yet, but your scars carry authority. When you speak about pain, others listen, because they know you have walked through it. When you declare hope, people believe you, because they know you once stood in the valley of despair. This is the weight of a chosen one. Your wounds become weapons, your tears become oil, and your past becomes prophecy. Do not underestimate the value of your story. Some will look at you and see only the surface, but there are others, those who are secretly struggling, those who are silently fighting battles they cannot name. They will see in you a reflection of themselves. And when they see you standing, when they hear you say, "I'm still here," something inside them will awaken. Your survival becomes their permission to believe. Consider this: diamonds are not formed in comfort. They are created under immense pressure, hidden in the earth, pressed until what was once ordinary carbon becomes extraordinary brilliance. That is what has been happening in your life. The pressure was never designed to kill you. It was designed to reveal the diamond you truly are. Think again about Joseph's story. The pit did not cancel the promise. The prison did not erase the palace. Each step of pain was part of the preparation. When his brothers saw him years later, they did not recognize him at first. Why? Because pain had matured him, reshaped him, refined him into someone they could no longer dismiss. The same transformation is happening in you. Yes, you have been misunderstood. Yes, you have been rejected. But those very experiences were chiseling away every false identity until only the true you remained. Without those painful seasons, you would have mistaken comfort for calling, applause for anointing, or acceptance for destiny. Instead, God allowed you to taste rejection so you could recognize His approval. So when you write the words, "I'm still here," in the comments, do not take them lightly. It is not just a phrase, it is a declaration. It is you standing in agreement with heaven that nothing, no betrayal, no heartbreak, no setback has destroyed you. It is you stepping into alignment with the truth that your presence on this earth is not accidental, but purposeful. Chosen one, your weight has not crushed you, it has crowned you. Your suffering has not buried you, it has planted you. And like a seed breaking through soil, you are about to rise into a season where everything the enemy tried to use against you becomes the very thing God uses for your elevation. This is your reality. You are still here. And because you are still here, the story is only just beginning. From the moment you stepped into awareness of who you truly are, something shifted in the unseen realm. Darkness trembled. The powers that once tried to suffocate you recognized they could no longer hold you. This is why the attacks intensified. It was never about your weakness, it was about your light. Light terrifies darkness because it exposes what hides in the shadows. Where others remain blind to hidden traps, you see them clearly. Where others excuse evil, you sense it for what it is. This is not paranoia, it is discernment. The mark upon your life has sharpened your vision. You walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere without speaking a word, because your light announces you before your voice does. Have you ever noticed how certain people grow uneasy around you? Though you have done nothing to offend them, that is not about personality, it is about presence. The spirit in you disturbs what is unclean in them. They may not understand why, but they feel exposed in your light. This is why rejection has followed you. It is not because you are unworthy. It is because your worth unsettles what is counterfeit. The writings of Paul to the Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 8, remind us, "For you were once darkness, but now you are light in the Lord. Live as children of light." End quote. This verse does not say you merely carry light. It says you are light. Light is not just what you reflect, it is what you have become. And light, by nature, cannot negotiate with darkness. It either shines or it does not. Once ignited, it cannot help but reveal, expose, and guide. Let us use an image. Imagine a lighthouse standing on a rocky shore. The waves crash violently against it. Storms rage. Winds howl, but the light at its peak never stops shining. Ships far out at sea, lost in the night, rely on that light to survive. The lighthouse never chases the ships, never leaves its post, never apologizes for being bright. It simply stands firm, shining. That is you, a fixed point of light in a world tossed by storms. But here is the cost. Light is lonely. Few understand what it is like to carry such brightness. Even those who admire it may prefer the shadows, because light demands accountability. Do not be surprised when people distance themselves, not because you are unkind, but because your presence reveals truths they would rather avoid. This is why your life has been filled with strange resistance. The enemy has always tried to dim you, because once you shine fully, the territory he held in darkness must surrender. Every whisper of doubt, every attempt to shame you, every scheme to isolate you, these were strategies to make you hide your light. But no strategy has succeeded, and none ever will. Think of Jesus himself. Everywhere he walked, demons trembled, not because he shouted at every corner, but because his very being carried authority. His light did not need introduction. It confronted darkness by existing. In the same way, you may not always see your influence, but your presence carries weight. Consider another image. In a vast cavern underground, there is total darkness. The moment a single candle is lit, the darkness cannot resist it, retreats instantly. It does not matter how deep or overwhelming the darkness seemed. Even the smallest flame has dominion. That is how powerful your light is. You may feel small, but in the realm of the Spirit, even your whisper of faith disrupts principalities. This reality should not make you arrogant, but humble. For the source of your light is not you, it is the Spirit of God within you. Without him, you are only a vessel, but with him, you are an instrument of illumination in a darkened world. The calling to shine is not glamorous. It means you must remain pure when others compromise. It means you must speak truth when others remain silent. It means you must stand when others bow. This is the burden of light. And though it is heavy, it is holy. When you shine, you invite confrontation. Darkness does not surrender easily, but every confrontation you face is proof of the authority you carry. When you feel the weight of warfare, remember this: soldiers are not sent into empty fields, they are deployed to battlefronts. The fact that you face resistance is evidence that your light has entered contested territory. Look at the prophets. Elijah stood alone against hundreds of false prophets, yet fire fell at his prayer. Daniel refused to hide his devotion, and lions bowed to the light in him. Paul preached in hostile cities, and even prisons could not silence his song. Each of them carried light that terrified darkness, and each of them proved that one flame is enough to shift nations. And now, it is your turn. Your very existence is a declaration that darkness has lost. You walk not in your own strength, but in the radiance of God. Wherever you go, atmospheres will shift. Strongholds will tremble. Hidden chains will be revealed. So, do not apologize for your brightness. Do not shrink back to make others comfortable. Do not dim yourself to blend in. You are not called to blend. You are called to blaze. The time has come for you to embrace the truth. Your light is not optional. It is essential. It is not random. It is required. It is not fragile. It is fierce. Chosen one. Your light terrifies darkness, and that is exactly why you must never hide it again. There is a reason your path has always felt narrower than others. You could never run where they ran. You could never indulge in what they indulged. When you tried, something inside of you resisted, pulling you back, whispering that you did not belong there. That was not restriction, it was protection. You have been kept for something greater. The narrow path is not easy. It strips you of comfort. It demands surrender. It separates you from what is shallow so that you can stand where the ground is holy. Yet, though it is demanding, it is also life-giving. The wide road looks attractive, but it leads to emptiness. The narrow road may look lonely, but it leads to life. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 14, "But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." End of. You are one of the few. This is why your journey has not resembled others. You have been pulled into alignment, set apart, even when you did not understand it. Picture yourself walking on a mountain trail. The path is thin. The rocks beneath your feet are sharp, and at times you wonder if you will slip. Around you, others laugh as they walk the wide valley roads, carefree and unbothered. You look at them and ask, "Why can't I be like them?" Yet as you keep walking, the trail leads upward. The air grows purer. The view expands. And when you reach the peak, you see a horizon they will never see. That is the reward of the narrow path. Do not envy those who live without boundaries. They may appear free, but in truth, they are bound by chains they cannot even see. True freedom is not the absence of boundaries, it is the presence of purpose. And your purpose is what makes the narrow path holy. Chosen one. Walking this way requires strength. And sometimes that strength feels beyond you. But here is the miracle. Every step you take, Heaven walks with you. When you stumble, unseen hands steady you. When you weep, unseen angels record your tears. You are never truly alone. And as you hear these words, let me pause to speak from the heart. If what you receive here nourishes your spirit, if these messages have been a lantern in your night, then consider helping us keep this light shining. Think of it not as payment, not as obligation, but as planting a seed into fertile soil. A seed, once sown, multiplies far beyond itself. Imagine holding a candle in your hands. It glows bright enough to guide you. But when you use its flame to light another candle, the first is not diminished. Instead, the room becomes brighter. This is what happens when you support this work. You are not losing. You are multiplying light. You are ensuring that more chosen ones find their awakening, their hope, their strength. If your heart feels led, consider giving, not out of pressure, but out of love. Think of it like a river. You are pouring water into a stream that flows outward, reaching dry places you may never touch personally. Every act of generosity becomes a ripple in eternity. And beyond giving, there are other ways to keep this flame alive. Imagine a single star shining in the night sky. Beautiful. Yes, but when countless stars join together, the heavens become a breathtaking canvas. That is what happens when you choose to like this message. You are placing your own star in the sky, helping the light spread farther. Think of a traveler carrying water through a desert. Alone, he can only go so far. But when others share their water, the stream becomes a river, quenching the thirst of many. That is what happens when you share this word. You are extending life to someone who may be on the edge of giving up. And finally, imagine building a lighthouse. One stone may not look like much, but when each stone is added, the tower rises until its beam can guide ships through storms. By choosing to subscribe, you are adding your stone to the lighthouse we are building together, ensuring that the light never goes out and more lives are guided safely home. But I must be clear, you are under no obligation. Your value does not depend on what you give or how you engage. You are chosen regardless. The call on your life is not for sale. It is sealed by heaven. Supporting, liking, sharing, subscribing. These are simply ways of participating in what God is doing through this message. They are not conditions, but invitations. Let us return to the image of the narrow path. At times, you will feel weary. You will want to stop. Yet when you look behind, you will realize how far you have come. And when you look ahead, you will see that the summit is closer than it seems. Do not turn back now. The narrow path always leads to a view worth the climb. There will be voices trying to lure you away. They will say, "It is easier here. It is more fun here. It is more popular here." But remember, the wide road leads to nothing, while the narrow road leads to destiny. Every step you take on the narrow path is another step into the fullness of who you were meant to be. And the truth is this: you are not walking for yourself alone. Every choice you make, every step of obedience, every act of faith, ripples into generations yet unborn. Your children, your grandchildren, the people you will influence, they are all waiting for you to stay faithful to this path. Chosen one, lift your head. The narrow road may feel steep, but the hand of God is guiding you. The summit is near, And when you stand there, you will understand why the path had to be narrow. It was shaping you for the view, for the destiny, for the glory that waits at the top. So keep walking, keep pressing forward. And know this, though the path is narrow, the reward is eternal. This moment you are in is not coincidence. It is not random. You did not stumble here by mistake. Every detail, every detour, every delay has been orchestrated to bring you to this very place. The hand of God has been guiding you like a hidden compass, even when you thought you were lost. How many times have you looked back on your life and realized, if that event had not happened, I would not be where I am today? In the moment, it felt painful, confusing, even unfair. But with hindsight, you can see that what looked like loss was actually redirection. What looked like rejection was actually protection. What looked like a closed door was actually heaven's way of saving you from destruction. This is the mystery of divine timing. You see fragments, but God sees the whole tapestry. You see broken threads, but God sees the finished design. And though it may look chaotic to you, to Him it is perfectly aligned. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, in their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. And your steps have been established. Even when you wandered, your path has been secured. Even when you doubted. Let me share with you a story. A young man once dreamed of becoming a builder. He studied. He planned. But every door seemed to close. For years, he worked small, unnoticed jobs, feeling forgotten. One day, he was hired to repair a house in a village far from where he grew up. While there, he met an elder who spoke words that changed his life, words that directed him into a calling greater than construction. He later realized, if every plan of his own had succeeded, he would never have traveled to that village, never met that elder, never discovered his true assignment. His detours were not accidents, they were divine appointments. So it is with you. Every disappointment you faced was preparing you for encounters that would shape your destiny. Every delay was positioning you for divine alignment. Picture your life as a grand chessboard. You only see the piece in front of you, but God sees the whole game. Every move, every sacrifice, every setback is calculated with foresight. And while you may think you are losing pieces, God is setting you up for victory. This is why you cannot afford to despise your season. It is not wasted. The long nights, the unanswered prayers, the moments you felt abandoned, all of them were chapters of training. And when the unveiling comes, you will understand why the waiting was necessary. Think of Joseph once again. When he was thrown into the pit, it felt like the end. When he was sold into slavery, it felt like abandonment. When he was imprisoned, it felt like betrayal. But later, standing in the palace, he could declare to his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good. What seemed coincidental was providential." You, too, will reach a moment where the pieces align, and you will finally see, none of this was by chance. Perhaps you wonder, but why did I have to suffer so much? Why did the road have to be so hard? Because destiny is heavy, and only through refining are you made strong enough to carry it. Gold is purified in fire, not comfort. Diamonds are formed under pressure, not ease. Strength is forged in struggle, not luxury. Every step you have taken is part of a bigger story. Even the ones you regret, even the ones you wish you could erase. Somehow, mysteriously, God has woven them into the fabric of your calling. And now, pause for a moment. Let this truth anchor you. You are not here by mistake. You are not hearing this by coincidence. Heaven arranged this intersection between your ears and these words so you would know you are seen, guided, and destined. Respond with faith. Declare it in the comments by writing the number 555. Let it be your sign. A prophetic act. A way of saying, I recognize the divine shift in my steps. I will embrace the season of transformation that God has prepared for me. Long. Why 555? Because it represents transition, divine change, and the unfolding of a new chapter. Just as the 5 fingers complete a hand and the 5 senses allow you to experience life, this number speaks of fullness in movement. By writing it, you are declaring, I am ready for the shift. I will not resist the new. I step into alignment. Now, chosen one. There is no such thing as coincidence for those marked by God. Every twist in your story has been sacred choreography, a dance between your free will and His divine sovereignty. You may not always understand the steps, but when the music completes, you will see the beauty of the dance. So take courage. Walk forward. Trust that even now, in this very moment, you are exactly where you need to be. Because this is no coincidence. Even in the silence, you were not forgotten. The pauses you endured were not delays without meaning. They were divine pauses. Just as a master conductor lifts his hand before the orchestra plays the next movement, heaven sometimes holds stillness before unleashing the next sound of destiny. What felt like emptiness was only anticipation. You see, without pauses, music becomes noise. Without waiting, growth becomes fragile. Without silence, words lose power. The pauses in your journey have been preparing your heart to truly hear, to truly see, and to truly carry what is coming. So when you type 555 as your prophetic act, you are not only acknowledging the shift, you are agreeing with heaven's rhythm. You are saying, I trust the pauses. I trust the silence. I trust the unseen hand guiding me. And that agreement is what unlocks the next movement in your story. Chosen one. Every coincidence you thought you experienced was really providence. And every pause you endured is now giving birth to a symphony of destiny. There are moments in life when everything seems to stop. The busyness slows. The noise fades. And what once felt urgent suddenly loses its grip on your heart. You may not realize it at first, but these moments are sacred pauses. They are not interruptions, they are interventions. Heaven itself leans in, stills the chaos, and fixes its attention upon you. The pause of heaven is unlike the pause of man. When people pause, it may come from uncertainty, indecision, or lack of strength. But when heaven pauses, it is deliberate, it is purposeful, it is filled with intention. Heaven pauses not to punish you, but to prepare you, not to withhold, but to reveal. Imagine standing in a theater just before the curtain rises. The lights dim, the crowd falls silent, and there is a breathless stillness that fills the air. That pause, though quiet, is loaded with anticipation. Everyone knows something is about to begin. This is the kind of pause heaven creates around your life. Throughout Scripture, we see this pattern again and again. Think of Hannah. For years, she cried out for a child, and heaven seemed silent. But in that silence, something was happening. God was not ignoring her prayers. He was preparing a prophet named Samuel, a voice that would shape the destiny of Israel. The pause in Hannah's womb was the preparation of a nation. Or consider Elijah on Mount Carmel. After his prayer, the rain did not fall immediately. There was a pause. His servant looked 6 times and saw nothing. Yet, on the 7th, a small cloud appeared. That pause was not absence, it was alignment. Heaven was gathering the waters, preparing to release a flood that would end a drought. This is the rhythm of heaven. Before every great unveiling, there is a pause. Before the Red Sea parted, there was a moment of stillness as Moses raised his staff. Before the walls of Jericho fell, there were 7 days of silent marching. Before Jesus called Lazarus out of the tomb, there were 4 days of waiting. The pause always comes before the power. So, if your life feels paused right now, do not mistake it for abandonment. Heaven pauses for you when the stage of destiny is being set. The silence you hear is not emptiness, it is expectation. Picture a skilled painter. Before adding the next stroke to the canvas, he pauses. His brush hovers above the surface as his mind envisions the masterpiece. The pause is not hesitation, it is vision aligning with action. In the same way, heaven hovers over your life in pauses. Envisioning the masterpiece you are becoming. You have felt these pauses. Perhaps it was a job that suddenly halted, a relationship that froze, or a dream that seemed stuck in waiting. You wondered, why is nothing moving? Why has everything stopped? But if you look closer, you will see that in those pauses, your heart was being refined. Your faith was being deepened. Your dependence was being redirected toward God alone. The Book of Psalms, chapter 46, Vers 10 says, "Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." Stillness is not weakness, it is recognition. It is in stillness that you finally realize who holds your story, who commands the winds and waves, who writes the chapters of your life. Let us return to the imagery of music. Every great symphony is filled with pauses. Without them, the sound would be chaotic. The rests between the notes are what give the melody shape, beauty, and power. In the same way, the pauses in your life are giving shape to your destiny. They are not wasted, they are holy punctuation marks, making the next sentence of your story more powerful. Chosen one. Heaven's pause over your life is an announcement that you matter. You are not overlooked. You are not forgotten. You are the subject of divine attention. When heaven pauses, it is as if all of creation stills to focus on what God is about to do in you. Think of Mary, the mother of Jesus. There was a pause between the angel's announcement and the Savior's birth. In that pause, she carried destiny inside her. The world did not yet see it, but heaven knew it. What she bore in silence became the light of the world. This is your reality. You are carrying something unseen, and the pause is making room for it to grow. Do not rush it. Do not despise it. Trust that when heaven pauses, it is because the weight of what you are about to birth cannot be hurried. Even creation itself testifies to this truth. Seeds lie hidden in the soil through winter. They appear lifeless, forgotten. But beneath the ground, roots are forming. Strength is building. Life is preparing. Then, in the appointed season, the pause ends, and the seed breaks forth into bloom. So it is with you. Your pause is not the end. It is the sacred winter before the spring of destiny. Take courage in this. Heaven has paused for you because you are worth pausing for. The stillness is not rejection, it is recognition. You are the canvas in the hands of the master artist, the seed in the soil of destiny, the note resting in the great symphony of God's plan. Soon, the pause will break, the curtain will rise, the rain will fall, the seed will sprout, and when it does, you will understand why heaven had to pause, and why it chose to pause for you. The voices of opposition have followed you since the beginning. They came in whispers at first. Small doubts planted in your mind. Questions that made you second-guess your worth. Later, they arrived through people, sometimes those closest to you, who misunderstood, rejected, or even mocked the path you walked. These voices were never random. They were sent to discourage you, to make you abandon the very assignment you were born for. It is important to recognize this. Opposition is the shadow of calling. Wherever there is light, there will be shadows. The greater the calling, the louder the resistance. If you have faced ridicule, betrayal, or slander, it is not proof that you are on the wrong path. It is confirmation that you are chosen. Think of Noah. For 120 years, he built an ark on dry land. His neighbors laughed. His critics mocked. His community dismissed him as a fool. Yet when the rain finally came, the same voices that ridiculed him were silenced by the reality of his obedience. What looked foolish in one season was revealed as wisdom in the next. Your life echoes this same pattern. Those who misunderstood you did so because they could not comprehend the mark you carry. Your vision was too large for their imagination, your passion too intense for their comfort, your conviction too sharp for their complacency. Their opposition was not a verdict, it was a reflection of their blindness. The writings of James, chapter 1, verse 12. Declare, blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. And trials are not barriers, they are gateways. Opposition is not the end, it is the proving ground. Each voice raised against you is another layer of strength being forged within you. Consider Joseph once more. His brothers hated him because of his dreams. His master's wife lied about him. His fellow prisoners forgot him. Yet every word spoken against him became part of the ladder that lifted him to the palace. The voices of opposition were loud, but the voice of destiny was louder still. Why do voices of opposition come? Because darkness fears exposure. When you walk in truth, lies must rise to meet you. When you carry light, shadows stretch to resist you. When you speak hope, cynicism shouts to drown you out. But none of these voices can change who you are. They are noise, not verdicts. Picture a tree standing in a storm. The winds howl. The branches bend. The leaves scatter. If you judged the tree by the noise around it, you might think it is about to fall. But beneath the surface, roots are gripping deeper. Every gust of wind strengthens the trunk. The storm is loud, but the tree remains. So it is with you. The louder the opposition, the deeper your roots have been driven. Voices of opposition also carry another hidden gift. They reveal who truly walks with you. It is in seasons of resistance that false friends fall away and true allies emerge. Those who remain by your side when the world questions you are the ones assigned to your journey. Opposition becomes the filter that purifies your circle. Think of David facing Goliath. His own brothers questioned him, belittled him, told him he was unqualified. Yet David did not argue with their voices. He simply declared what he knew. The Lord who delivered me from the paw of the lion and the bear will deliver me from this Philistine. His confidence was not in silencing their voices, but in trusting God's. This is your call as well. You cannot control the voices that rise against you, but you can choose the voice you believe. Opposition may mock you, but obedience will vindicate you. Remember this, the voices of men are temporary, but the voice of God is eternal. Opinions shift like sand, but truth stands like rock. Those who scorned you today may one day stand in awe of you tomorrow, not because you sought their approval, but because you remained faithful. Let me share another image. Imagine a sculptor at work. As he chisels, shards of stone fly everywhere. Onlookers may laugh, saying, "What a mess. That rock is ruined." They cannot yet see the statue hidden within. Only the sculptor knows the masterpiece he is shaping. The voices of opposition are like those onlookers, quick to judge what they cannot yet see. But when the masterpiece is unveiled, their voices fall silent. This is why you must not give undue weight to opposition. Their voices cannot define you. They cannot cancel the anointing on your life. They cannot erase what God has written. At most, they can distract you if you let them. But hear this, you are not called to answer every critic. You are not required to justify yourself to those determined to misunderstand. Even Jesus, when accused and slandered, often remained silent. He knew that time would reveal what words could not. So too, your vindication will not come through debate, but through destiny. When the fruit of your life ripens, when the evidence of your calling blossoms, the very voices that opposed you will be silenced, not by your arguments, but by your results. Chosen one. Opposition is the confirmation that you are moving in the right direction. It means your steps are shaking the ground. Your presence is unsettling darkness. Your faith is stirring realms unseen. Do not fear it. Do not resent it. Let it refine you. Let it focus you. Let it drive you deeper into the presence of the one who called you. Because in the end, the voices of opposition will fade, but the voice of God will remain, steady and sure, declaring over you, "You are mine. You are chosen. You are victorious. You are standing on the edge." One step forward leads to breakthrough, but one step backward risks losing sight of the destiny prepared for you. This is a holy tension, the place where heaven calls you higher, and fear whispers for you to retreat. Edges are uncomfortable places. They demand decision. They strip away the illusion of safety. When you stand at the edge, you cannot cling to what is behind you anymore, but you also cannot clearly see what lies ahead. And yet, this is the very ground where transformation begins. Think of the Israelites at the Red Sea. Behind them, Pharaoh's army thundered closer. Before them, waves of water blocked their path. They stood at the edge, trapped between past and future. But at that edge, God revealed his power. The waters parted, and what seemed like an end became the gateway to freedom. So it is with you. At the edge, everything feels risky. You may ask, what if I fall? What if I fail? But heaven responds, what if you fly? What if you rise? What if this step is the very one that unlocks your calling? The book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9 declares, have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord is with you. Strength is not the absence of fear. It is moving forward in spite of fear. Courage is not found in clarity. It is found in trust. At the edge, God does not ask you to see everything clearly. He asks you to step, even when you cannot. Picture a bird learning to fly. The nest has been safe, but it has also been limiting. At some point, the mother nudges the young bird toward the edge. The bird hesitates, flapping nervously, terrified of the fall. But once it leaps, it discovers wings it never knew it had. That first flight is clumsy, but it is also glorious. Without the edge, the bird would never have learned it was born to soar. Your life mirrors this. You have been prepared, nurtured, and trained. But now, heaven is nudging you. The edge feels terrifying, but it is also the threshold of your true identity. Perhaps you have delayed, thinking, I'll wait until I'm ready. But readiness rarely comes before obedience. The step itself creates the strength. The leap itself unlocks the wings. The edge itself reveals the path. This is why procrastination is dangerous. One rebellion, one refusal to step, can blur your vision. Each time you delay, the edge feels higher. The fear grows louder. The courage shrinks smaller. Do not linger too long, or the window of obedience may pass. Think of Peter stepping out of the boat to walk on water. It was impossible by human logic, but at the edge of the boat, he chose trust over fear. For a moment, he stood on the impossible. That is the invitation before you now. Your edge may not look like parted seas or stormy waters. It may look like forgiving someone you swore you never would. It may look like pursuing a calling others laughed at. It may look like surrendering a comfort you've clung to for years. Whatever it is, the edge is demanding your decision. And now, chosen one, I ask you to pause and declare your courage. Write in the comments, I will step. 3 short words, but they carry weight. They are not just text on a screen, they are your agreement with heaven that you refuse to let fear rule you. When you type them, you are breaking silence. You are defying hesitation. You are claiming your future. Say it as a commitment, not just to yourself, but to God. I will step. For the edge is not your enemy, it is your invitation. Chosen one. You are standing at the brink of breakthrough. Do not shrink back now. Lift your head, steady your heart, and step into what was always waiting for you. Do not despise the edge, for what feels like risk is often revelation. The cliff you fear is not designed for your destruction, but for your discovery. You were not created to stay in safe places forever. You were created to know the thrill of walking with God into the unknown, to feel the wind of faith under your wings. The truth is, the edge exposes what you truly believe. when you cannot lean on your own plans, when your resources are not enough, when every excuse has run dry, what remains is pure trust. And it is in this trust that miracles are born. Think of Abraham, walking with Isaac up the mountain. Every step was an edge. Every breath carried tension. Yet just as the knife was raised, God provided a ram in the thicket. The provision was always there. Abraham just had to reach the edge to see it. So too with you. The provision, the breakthrough, the open door, it is already waiting. But heaven often hides it at the edge, because only faith will carry you that far. And this is the secret. The edge is not the end. It is the threshold. It is the thin line between who you have been and who you are becoming. It is the holy ground where heaven stretches out its hand and says, "Now, walk with me, chosen one. Let courage rise. Let your spirit echo the words you have declared. I will step, for when you step, you will find the ground beneath you stronger than you imagined. And the God who called you closer than you dreamed, the edge is no longer something to fear. It is the altar where destiny begins. The fire that has touched your life was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to refine you. Every trial, every painful season, every disappointment that scorched your heart, these were not punishments. They were purifications. Fire consumes what is unnecessary but preserves what is pure. You are standing here today not because the fire consumed you, but because the fire revealed the gold in you. Think of how a silversmith works. He places raw silver in a blazing furnace, hotter than the human hand can bear. The flames melt away impurities, but the silver itself is never destroyed. The smith knows the process is finished only when he can see his reflection in the metal. In the same way, your trials are designed so that the reflection of God may shine in you. It was proclaimed in the first letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 7. These trials will show that your faith is genuine. It is tested by fire, as gold is refined, yet more precious than gold. Your faith is being purified, and though it hurt, you have come through the fire, still standing. That alone is proof of your strength. Imagine clay placed in a kiln. Without fire, it remains fragile mud. But after the furnace, it emerges strong enough to hold water, to serve purpose, to endure time. You are like that clay before the fire. You were fragile. After the fire, you became a vessel capable of carrying destiny. But the fire does more than strengthen, it reveals. Fire exposes what cannot last. False friendships burned away in your trials. Temporary comforts melted in the heat. What remained was real, solid, eternal. That is why some people left, why some doors closed, why some paths ended. The fire was separating illusion from truth. And here is where we pause for something important. If these words speak to your soul, if you feel them like warm light filling hidden places inside you, then let me extend an invitation, not an obligation, not a demand, an invitation. Help us keep this fire burning, like this message, and it becomes like blowing gently on the embers, ensuring the flame rises higher. Share it, and imagine your spark traveling across the night, landing in someone else's dark valley, igniting hope where only despair lived. Subscribe, and see yourself adding another log onto the fire, making sure it never goes out, that the warmth continues to reach those who have not yet felt it. You are not forced into this. You are invited. And invitations are beautiful when accepted freely, not under pressure, but from the heart. Let me give you another picture. Think of a lantern lit in the wilderness. One light may guide a traveler, but many lanterns together can illuminate an entire path. Every action you take, liking, sharing, subscribing, is another lantern. And together, we create a path where the lost can find their way home. But beyond supporting this work, reflect on your own fire. What flames have you survived? What trials burned away illusions and left only truth? Perhaps it was heartbreak that stripped away false love, or a failure that stripped away false pride. The fire, though cruel, was merciful in its honesty. Consider Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the blazing furnace. They walked in the flames, yet not a hair was singed. Why? Because the fire was not in charge, God was. In fact, it was in the fire that the fourth figure appeared, the presence of God walking with them. Sometimes, it is only in the fire that you discover you were never alone. That is why your trials have value. They are not random suffering. They are encounters with God in disguise. And when you come out of the fire, you carry something new, an authority, a purity, a resilience that cannot be faked. People who see you may not know the flames you endured, but they will sense the strength in your presence. Imagine glass being formed. Sand alone is ordinary, fragile, easily scattered by the wind. But when exposed to fire, sand transforms into glass clear, strong, able to hold light. This is what your suffering has done. It has turned the dust of your life into something transparent, something through which the light of heaven can shine. So do not resent the fire. Embrace it. For though it was hot, though it was harsh, though it left you trembling, it has given you beauty, depth, and power. And remember, the fire does not last forever. Every furnace has an appointed end. Every trial has an expiration date. What felt endless was only a season, and seasons always change. Chosen one, let this truth comfort you. The fire was never meant to kill you. It was meant to crown you. You are not a victim of flames. You are a survivor, a testimony, a vessel refined for glory. Lift your eyes. Feel the strength you now carry. See the gold in your spirit. Know that the fire was worth it. And as you walk forward, you do not walk scarred, you walk shining. There will come a day when you look back and no longer see the fire as your enemy, but as your teacher. You will recognize that without those flames, you would not carry the wisdom you now hold. Without the burning, you would not carry the clarity you now see. The scars that remain are not marks of defeat, but medals of survival. They are proof that you endured what others could not, that you stood in the furnace and emerged stronger. Chosen one, let this be your peace. What once threatened to consume you has instead prepared you to illuminate others. Your life has become a lamp, glowing because of the very fire that once surrounded you, and in that light, others will find their courage to endure their own flames. There is a moment in the journey of every chosen one when the eyes of the Spirit begin to open. It does not happen all at once, and it rarely comes when you expect it. But suddenly, you begin to see beyond what is visible. You notice details others overlook. You discern truths hidden beneath the surface. You realize that reality is more than what the natural eye can perceive. When your spiritual eyes open, the world changes. You no longer measure life only by what is physical wealth, appearance, approval, but by what is eternal purpose, presence, alignment with God. What once satisfied you no longer holds the same power, because you see its temporary nature, and what once seemed small now feels profound, because you see its eternal weight. Consider Elisha and his servant in the book of 2 Kings, surrounded by enemy armies. The servant trembled in fear. All he could see were the forces arrayed against them. But Elisha prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, that he may see." And suddenly, the servant beheld chariots of fire and angelic armies encamped around them. The danger was real, but so was the protection. His natural sight showed defeat. His spiritual sight revealed victory. This is what happens when your eyes are opened. You see differently. Where others see despair, you see hope. Where others see impossibility, you see potential. Where others see endings, you see beginnings. The Word of God declares in the book of Ephesians, chapter 1, verse 18, "I pray that the eyes of your heart may be enlightened, in order that you may know the hope to which he has called you, the riches of his glorious inheritance in his holy people." Notice that phrase, the eyes of your heart. These are not physical eyes. These are spiritual lenses that allow you to perceive the unseen. When they are enlightened, hope becomes visible. You no longer stumble in the dark of confusion. You walk with clarity of vision. Think of a room with curtains tightly drawn. The furniture is there. The colors are present, but everything feels dim and shapeless. Then someone pulls the curtains open, and suddenly the whole room is illuminated. Nothing inside the room changed, but the light revealed what was already there. This is what happens when God opens your spiritual eyes. Life itself does not change instantly, but your perception of it does, and that perception changes everything. You may wonder why others cannot see what you see, why they dismiss the urgency of obedience, why they mock the value of prayer, why they belittle the pursuit of holiness. It is because their eyes remain closed. To them, the spiritual realm is hidden, blurred, distant. They judge only by appearances, and appearances mislead. But you, chosen one, have been granted sight. You can sense danger before it manifests. You can feel when atmospheres shift. You can hear the whispers of God in the quiet. This gift is not given to make you proud. It is given to make you faithful. Think of a watchman on a wall. His eyes scan the horizon, looking for signs others cannot yet see. While the city sleeps, he remains awake. While others trust in safety, he discerns what approaches. His role is heavy, but it is vital. So it is with you. Your opened eyes make you a watchman not only for yourself, but for those around you. And yet, sight comes with responsibility. Once your eyes are open, you cannot pretend ignorance. To see truth and ignore it is more dangerous than never having seen at all. Vision requires action. Révélation demande réponse. If God shows you a trap, you must avoid it. If he shows you an opportunity, you must seize it. If he shows you injustice, you must confront it. This gift also demands discernment. Not everything you see should be spoken aloud. Some visions are meant for prayer, not for conversation. Some insights are meant to guide your steps, not to be broadcast to others. Wisdom is knowing the difference. There will be times when your sight feels like a burden. You will notice dangers others ignore. You will perceive battles others cannot acknowledge. You may feel the loneliness of carrying vision others cannot yet share. But take comfort in this. Prophets and seers throughout history felt the same weight. Jeremiah wept. Isaiah groaned. Daniel trembled. Yet all of them stood firm. Knowing their sight was a sacred trust. Another image. Picture a lighthouse standing on the shore. From a distance, ships at sea see only darkness, but the light at the top of the tower cuts through the fog, revealing rocks and hidden dangers. The ships do not always understand the cost of the light, the storms that battered the tower, the oil consumed to keep the flame alive. Yet the lighthouse remains, because its vision saves lives. That is you. Your spiritual eyes are beams of light, revealing what others cannot see, guiding them away from ruin. Chosen one. The opening of your spiritual eyes is proof of intimacy with God. He does not reveal secrets to strangers. He reveals them to friends. To see what others cannot is a sign that you walk closely with Him. Do not be afraid of what you see. Do not shrink from the responsibility. Instead, let it draw you deeper into His presence. Let it anchor you in prayer. Let it keep you humble. For sight without humility leads to pride, but sight with humility leads to wisdom. And as you continue to walk with opened eyes, you will realize something profound. What you once feared no longer intimidates you, because when you can see, you are not easily deceived. You are not easily shaken. You know who goes before you, who stands beside you, who surrounds you. Chosen one. Your spiritual eyes are open now. Walk with clarity. Walk with courage. Walk with the confidence that you are no longer blind to what others miss. For the light within you has become vision, and that vision will lead you faithfully into every step of your calling. Mercy is a gift many take for granted. It covers, it shields, it holds back the judgment that could have fallen long ago. But there comes a point when mercy, after stretching and waiting, begins to step back, not because God is cruel, but because love without boundaries becomes enabling, and delay without decision becomes destruction. You have felt this in your own spirit. Times when the warnings grew stronger, the nudges more urgent, the silence heavier. It was not that God abandoned you, it was that He was calling you to act. Mercy can pause storms, but it cannot excuse rebellion forever. At some point, the line must be drawn, and the choice must be made. Think of Saul, king of Israel. For years, he was given opportunity to obey. He heard the prophet's voice. He saw God's hand, yet he hardened his heart. Eventually, mercy stepped back, and the kingdom was given to David. The shift was painful, but it was also necessary. A throne cannot remain under disobedience. The writings of Hosea, chapter 4, verse 6 declare, "My people are destroyed from lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I also reject you as my priests. Because you have ignored the law of your God, I also will ignore your children." End quote. This is not spoken to condemn, but to awaken. Knowledge rejected leads to mercy, stepping back. Warnings ignored lead to doors closing. Picture a parent teaching a child to ride a bicycle. At first, the parent holds the seat tightly. steadying every wobble. But if the child refuses to pedal, refuses to try, refuses to move, eventually the parent must let go, not out of anger, but because the child cannot learn balance without motion. In the same way, mercy holds us, steady as us. But if we refuse to move in obedience, it steps back to allow growth or reveal consequence. You may wonder, why would God ever step back? Because true love is not control. Love invites, it guides, it warns, but it does not force. God will never drag you into destiny. He will call you and then wait for your yes. Mercy stepping back feels like emptiness. Prayers seem unanswered. Blessings feel withheld. Favor appears to pause. It is not punishment, it is invitation. God is saying, now it is your turn. I have shown you enough. What will you choose? Think again of Samson, anointed from birth, gifted with strength. He played recklessly with compromise. Again and again, mercy shielded him. But when he gave away the secret of his strength, mercy stepped back, and he faced the weight of his choices. Yet even then, at the end of his life, when he called upon God, strength returned. Mercy had stepped back, but grace was still within reach. This is the tension you feel now. The Spirit is pressing, urging, stirring, not to frighten you, but to awaken you, to tell you that time is not limitless, that windows of opportunity do not remain open forever. Consider another image, a door held open during a storm. The wind howls outside, and someone holds the door, waiting for you to step through. But the storm grows stronger, and eventually the door must be shut. Not because the person wants to keep you out, but because the moment has passed. So too, with mercy it waits. It holds the door, but it will not hold it forever. This is why today matters. The choices you make now shape the seasons to come. Do not assume tomorrow will look like today. Do not assume the door will always remain open. And now, I ask you to mark this moment with a prophetic act. Write in the comments the number 888. Let it be your declaration that you choose new beginnings, that you will not delay until mercy must step back. Why 888? Because it symbolizes resurrection, a new sickle, the eternal movement of God's grace. 7 marks completion, but 8 begins again. 3 8s together speak of abundance in renewal, life rising from endings, hope outlasting despair. When you type 888, you are not writing digits. You are announcing that you will step into the new while the door is still open. This act is not about superstition, it is about intention. It is you saying, I will not ignore what I know. I will not linger until it is too late. I choose to act now. N. Chosen one. Let this sober you, but not crush you. Mercy has been patient. Mercy has been generous. But the patience of heaven is calling for your response. Do not test its limits. Do not delay your decision. Because here is the truth. When mercy steps back, it is never to abandon you. It is to awaken you. To show you that choices carry weight. That obedience is urgent. That destiny will not wait forever. Lift your eyes and let this reality sink in. The time is now. The door is open. Mercy is waiting. Step through while the invitation still stands. Mercy, stepping back, is not the end of your story. it is the turning of a page. It is heaven saying, I have carried you long enough. Now it is time to walk, though the weight may feel heavier. It is in this moment that your faith matures. Think of a seed breaking its shell underground. The shell once protected it, but if it never cracked, the plant would never rise. The breaking is uncomfortable, but it is also the beginning of life. So too with mercy, when it steps back. It is not to abandon you, but to allow your true strength to emerge. Remember, God's heart is always redemption. Even when mercy pauses, grace still calls. Even when doors close, windows open. What matters is your response. Do not remain idle, rise. Move and embrace the new beginning heaven is offering you. You were not chosen for comfort, you were chosen for battle. From the very beginning, your life has carried the weight of conflict. Sometimes you wondered why things seemed harder for you than for others. Why opposition followed you even when you tried to live quietly. It is because you are not a bystander in this world. You are a soldier in a divine war. This war is not waged with swords or shields. It is not seen on the news or recorded in history books. It takes place in the unseen, in the realm of the spirit, where light and darkness collide. And you, chosen one, have been marked to fight in it. The Apostle Paul spoke of this in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. This truth shifts your perspective. Your enemies are not people, they are forces that influence people. Your struggle is not with faces, but with powers that lurk behind the scenes. This is why forgiveness is possible, even when wounds are deep, because you recognize the true battlefield is beyond the visible. Think of David as a young shepherd facing Goliath. To the soldiers around him, the giant was merely a man of great size. But David saw deeper. He recognized that the battle was not about strength, but about defiance against the living God. That is why he ran forward. When others retreated, he understood that the giant was not just flesh, but a challenge to God's authority. So too with you. Giants in your life may not look like men of war, but they rise as fear, shame, addiction, doubt, and despair. Each one taunts you, daring you to believe you are too small. Yet you have been chosen to fight, not with your own might, but with the authority of heaven. The truth is, you already feel the weight of this battle. It explains why your nights have been restless, why your thoughts have been under attack, why your spirit has felt the intensity of unseen pressure. These are not signs of weakness. They are evidence that you are in the fight of your generation. Picture a torchbearer running through a dark valley. Around him, shadows claw and whisper, but the flame he carries pushes them back. He cannot stop, because the light must reach its destination. That is you. You carry a flame that darkness despises, and the more you run, the more the shadows rage. Yet hear this, you are not unarmed. Heaven equips those it chooses. Though the battle is fierce, the weapons placed in your hands are stronger still. Truth is your belt, righteousness your armor, faith your shield, salvation your helmet, the Spirit your sword. These are not poetic ideas, they are living realities. Every time you declare truth, you strike at lies. Every time you walk in righteousness, you weaken corruption. Every time you lift your shield of faith, arrows of despair are extinguished. But being chosen for battle is not only about fighting, it is about endurance. Wars are not won in single moments, but through persistence. You may grow weary, you may stumble, but you are called to rise again. The enemy's strategy is not always outright defeat, it is discouragement. If he can convince you to stop fighting, he has already won. Think of Job. His life was torn apart in a whirlwind of loss. Friends accused him. Grief crushed him. His body failed him. Yet he clung to faith. He wrestled. He wept. But he did not surrender. In the end, his perseverance silenced the enemy's accusations and unleashed restoration. His endurance was his greatest weapon. This is the pattern for you. The battle you face may seem relentless, but each time you refuse to quit, you claim ground. Each time you rise again, you declare that heaven's power is greater than hell's schemes. Do not be surprised if isolation marks your path. Warriors are often trained in solitude. David learned his courage, not in the army, but in the fields. Moses discovered his authority, not in the palace, but in the wilderness. Jesus himself faced the wilderness before his ministry began. The solitude was not abandonment, it was preparation. Another image. Think of a blacksmith forging a sword. The metal is heated, hammered, cooled, and reheated again. Each strike of the hammer shapes it, strengthens it, prepares it for battle. The sword does not resent the fire or the blows, because without them, it would remain a fragile piece of metal. That is what your life has been hammered, pressed, refined so that you might emerge unbreakable, chosen one. Do not forget that the battle is not only for you. Your fight protects others. Your prayers shield families. Your faith opens doors for generations. You are not standing for yourself alone. You are standing as a defender of territory entrusted to you. When you resist temptation, you break cycles that have bound your bloodline. When you stand firm, you secure blessings for those who come after you. This war is not easy, but neither are you. You are resilient because you have been trained by fire. You are courageous because fear has stalked you and failed. You are strong because weakness taught you dependence on God. And when you feel the weight of this war pressing against you, remember, you are not fighting alone. Heaven's armies are on your side. Angels stand guard. Unseen, yet fierce. The Spirit within you intercedes with groans too deep for words. And your commander is not a distant general, he is the one who already fought, already won, and now leads you in triumph. Chosen for battle, this is your identity. It is not a burden, but an honor. To be trusted with conflict is to be trusted with victory. To be entrusted with opposition is to be entrusted with authority. So lift your head, steady your heart, and embrace the truth. The battle is real, but so is your calling. The war is fierce, but so is your spirit. You were not chosen for defeat, you were chosen for battle. And through that battle, for victory. Authority is not something you take for yourself, it is something given to you. And when heaven marks you, it does not send you into battle empty-handed. You carry an authority that is not of this world. It is not based on status, wealth, or reputation. It is rooted in the one who called you. the one whose voice formed creation itself. To carry heaven's authority means your words are weighty. When you speak in alignment with God's will, atmospheres shift, fear bows, chain loosen, darkness trembles. This is not because of who you are in the natural, but because of who backs you in the spirit. Think of the centurion who approached Jesus, asking for his servant to be healed. He said, "I am a man under authority, with soldiers under me. I tell this one, go, and he goes. That one, come, and he comes." He understood that Jesus' power flowed not only from his identity, but from the authority of heaven itself. And Jesus marveled at his faith. The Word of God declares in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 10, verse 19, "I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions, and to overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you." This is not a poetic image, it is a decree. Authority has been given, not just to leaders, not just to prophets, but to every chosen one who walks in alignment with God. Picture a royal ambassador entering a foreign land. On their own, they are just a person, but because they carry the seal of their king, their words carry weight. When they speak, it is as if the king himself has spoken. That is the kind of authority you carry. You represent heaven on earth, and your presence carries its signature. But authority is not about pride. It is not about lording over others or boasting in your power. True authority is exercised in humility. Jesus, the very Son of God, washed his disciples' feet. His authority was unmatched, yet he clothed it in service. Authority without humility becomes tyranny, but authority with humility becomes transformation. Another image. Imagine a river. When contained by its banks, it flows with power, bringing life wherever it goes. But when it overflows recklessly, it causes destruction. Authority functions the same way. When channeled through humility and obedience, it nourishes and blesses. When misused in pride, it can harm. Chosen one. You must remember that authority is activated by faith and obedience. Authority unused is like a sword left in its sheath. It has potential, but it accomplishes nothing. To walk in authority means to speak boldly when prompted, to pray with confidence, to resist fear when it presses against you. Think of Peter and John at the beautiful gate. A lame man begged for silver and gold, but Peter declared, "Silver and gold I do not have, but what I do have I give you. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, walk." That day, the man leaped to his feet, not because of money, but because of authority. They knew what they carried, and they released it. The enemy's greatest strategy is to convince you that you are powerless. If he can make you forget your authority, he can keep you living as though you are defeated, even when victory has already been given. That is why doubt whispers in your ear, shame lingers in your heart, and fear clouds your vision. Not because you lack authority, but because you have not yet fully embraced it. Imagine holding a key in your pocket. You stand before a locked door, frustrated, believing you are trapped. All the while, the key rests in your hand. Authority is that key. It grants access. It unlocks door. It silences the enemy. But you must choose to use it. This authority also carries responsibility. Your words matter. What you declare in frustration can wound, and what you declare in faith can heal. To carry heaven's authority means to guard your tongue, to release life and not death, to bless and not curse. The same mouth cannot pour both bitter and sweet water. Choose wisely what flows from yours. Authority also requires intimacy. It does not operate like a tool you pick up and drop at will. It flows from a life rooted in God's presence. The sons of Sceva in the book of Acts tried to cast out demons in the name of Jesus without knowing him. The spirits mocked them, saying, "Jesus, I know, and Paul I know, but who are you?" Authority without relationship is empty. Authority without intimacy is powerless. Your authority grows the closer you walk with him. The more his voice becomes your anchor, the more your words carry weight, the more his presence saturates you, the more your presence disrupts darkness. Do not think lightly of the authority placed on you. It is sacred. It is heaven's endorsement. When you step into a room, you are not just another person. You are a carrier of kingdom power. Chosen one. There will be times when this authority feels heavy. You will sense atmospheres shifting when you pray. You will feel resistance rise when you speak truth. Do not shrink back. This is evidence that you carry something real. Darkness never resists what is harmless. It only resists what is dangerous. So carry this authority with reverence. Let it humble you, not inflate you. Let it remind you that you are trusted by heaven to represent the King of Kings. And never forget, this authority is not your own. It flows through you, but it comes from him. Walk boldly. Speak faithfully. Pray confidently. You carry heaven's authority. And because of that, the world will never be the same when you step into it. There is a crown that waits for you, not one fashioned from gold mined in the earth, nor jewels carved by human hands, but a prophetic crown designed in the courts of heaven. This crown does not merely rest on your head, it rests on your identity. It is the visible mark of an invisible inheritance, the sign that you have been set apart for glory. A crown is not given to the crowd. It is reserved for those chosen, those who have endured, those who have remained faithful. Your prophetic crown is the affirmation that your journey, with all its valleys and victories, has prepared you for a destiny that cannot be stolen. The Apostle John recorded the voice of Christ in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 11. I am coming soon. Hold on to what you have, so that no one will take your crown. This crown is not abstract, it is a reality. And though you may not see it with your eyes yet, it already rests in heaven with your name upon it. Picture a marathon runner nearing the finish line. Sweat drenches their face. Legs tremble with exhaustion. Lungs ache with every breath. Yet when they see the crown waiting, their strength returns. The crown does not erase the pain, but it gives the pain purpose. That is what your prophetic crown does. It turns every trial into testimony, every wound into wisdom, every step into significance. But here is something beautiful. This crown is not only about eternity, it also represents the authority and dignity God places on you here and now. It is a prophetic sign that your life is not ordinary, that your struggles are not wasted, that your destiny is sealed. Think of Joseph again. From the pit to the prison, he endured humiliation and loss. Yet the day came when Pharaoh placed a signet ring upon his finger and garments of honor upon his shoulders. That was not merely promotion, It was crowning. His trials were chapters leading to his unveiling. So too with you. What you have endured was not in vain. The tears that watered the soil of your nights were the same tears that nourished the growth of your crown. Every moment you thought was breaking you was secretly shaping you for glory. Now, pause, and let me offer something from the heart. If these words awaken something deep within you, if you sense the weight of your prophetic crown, I invite you to act in a way that reflects your agreement with heaven. Imagine a crown forged from countless small threads of gold, alone. Each thread seems fragile, but woven together, they form a masterpiece. In the same way, when you like this message, you add your thread to the crown, strengthening the signal that this word matters, that heaven's truth is reaching its chosen ones. Picture a voice echoing in a vast canyon. One whisper might fade quickly, but when many voices join together, the canyon resounds with power. That is what happens when you share this word. Your echo joins others, and together they create a sound that cannot be ignored, a sound that awakens more lives to their crowns. And finally, think of a royal procession. The crown is not hidden in a dark room, it is lifted high, seen by all, celebrated by many. When you subscribe, you are not simply clicking a button, you are joining the procession, stepping into alignment with those who walk under the banner of heaven's calling. It is not obligation, it is participation. And if you feel stirred, do not let this moment pass silently. Write in the comments, "My crown awaits." Simple words, but they carry prophetic weight. They are your declaration that you believe what heaven says about you, that you embrace the inheritance waiting for you, that you are stepping into your identity without shame or fear. These acts, liking, sharing, subscribing, commenting, are not requirements. They are invitations. Like jewels offered to adorn your crown, they are voluntary, and that is what makes them beautiful. A crown forced upon someone is meaningless, but a crown received with open hands is glorious. Chosen one. Your prophetic crown is more than decoration. It is destiny. It is heaven's way of saying, "You belong to me. You are marked for victory. You are seated with Christ in heavenly places." And when you wear this crown, you no longer bow to shame. You no longer surrender to fear. You no longer shrink before the voices of opposition. You walk with dignity, with strength, with unshakable assurance that you are royalty in the kingdom of God. And though the world may not recognize it yet, heaven already does. The angels see it. The darkness fears it. And your spirit feels it. The crown is not coming, it is already prepared. So lift your head, straighten your shoulders, walk forward as one crowned, for your prophetic inheritance is secure. The prophetic crown is also a mirror. When you look at it, you see not only your destiny, but also the reflection of every battle you endured to reach this moment. Each jewel represents a victory. Each curve of gold, a story of perseverance. Each shine, a reminder of grace that carried you through. Do not be afraid to wear it boldly. This crown is not arrogance, it is testimony. It proclaims that your life is no accident, that your path is not meaningless, that heaven has stamped you with value no one can erase. And when others see you crowned, they too will be stirred to rise, to claim the inheritance waiting for them. Your crown is not just for you, It is a beacon calling others into their own identity. Chosen one. Walk crowned. Live crowned. Love crowned. For heaven has already declared you worthy of glory. There is a valley few dare to enter, and yet every chosen one must walk through it. It is the valley of isolation. This valley is not punishment, though it feels like exile. It is not abandonment, though it feels like loneliness. It is a holy place where noise is stripped away. Distractions are removed, and you are left face to face with yourself and with God. Isolation comes in many forms. Sometimes it is physical. The friends you once leaned on disappear. The invitations stop coming. The circle grows smaller. Other times it is emotional. You are surrounded by people, yet you feel unseen, unheard, misunderstood. And at times it is spiritual. You pray and hear silence. You seek and feel only distance. These moments are hard, but they are also sacred. The valley of isolation is God's workshop. It is where prophets are forged, where leaders are tested, where vessels are purified. You may see only emptiness, but heaven says formation. Think of Moses, raised in Pharaoh's palace. He was trained in power, wealth, and influence. Yet before he could lead Israel, he had to be emptied of Egypt. For 40 years, he wandered in the wilderness, forgotten by men but being prepared by God. It was in that isolation, by a burning bush, that his true calling was revealed. Or think of David. Before he wore the crown, he tended sheep in lonely fields. While his brothers fought on battlefields, David fought lions and bears in silence. No audience applauded him. No one noticed his courage. But heaven was watching. The valley of isolation became the training ground for a king. Even Jesus embraced this valley. Before his ministry began, the Spirit led him into the wilderness. For 40 days, he fasted alone, contending with temptation, strengthening his spirit. He was not surrounded by crowds or celebrated by disciples. He was hidden, and yet, from that isolation, power flowed. The Book of Psalms, chapter 25, verse 14 says, "The Lord confides in those who fear him. He makes his covenant known to them." Secrets are not shouted in crowds, they are whispered in solitude. That is why the valley of isolation is precious. It is the place where God shares his confidences with you, where you begin to hear his voice without distortion. But isolation is not easy. It strips away illusions. In the silence, you are confronted with your doubts, your fears, your questions. You face the weight of rejection, the ache of being misunderstood. These moments are painful, yet they also purify, like a refiner's fire. Isolation burns away the need for approval, the addiction to noise, the crutch of dependency on others. What remains is a soul anchored in God alone. Imagine a seed buried deep underground. From the outside, it looks like it has been abandoned. No one sees it. No one applauds it. Yet in that dark, hidden place, roots begin to form. Without the hidden season, the plant would never survive the storms above. Isolation is your buried season, the place where roots grow deep. Another image, consider an eagle. Before it learns to soar, the mother eagle pushes it out of the nest, alone, falling. Wings untested, it feels terrifying. But only in isolation does the eagle discover its strength. Your valley of isolation is that moment of falling, not to destroy you, but to reveal the wings you never knew you had. Chosen one. If you find yourself in this valley, do not despise it. It is not rejection, it is redirection. It is not punishment, it is preparation. The silence you feel is not empty, it is full of God's shaping hand. You may ask, why must I walk here? Why can't my journey always be surrounded by people? By encouragement, by clarity, because destiny requires depth, and depth is carved in solitude. Crowds may celebrate you, but they cannot shape you. Applause may encourage you, but it cannot refine you. Only the valley of isolation has the power to strip away the false and reveal the true. Look again at David in the fields, alone. He wrote psalms that would one day comfort millions. Alone. He worshipped under the stars, his harp echoing in empty hills. Songs sung only to sheep and to God. Yet those songs became eternal hymns, birthed in solitude but destined for nations. What you create in your valley may feel hidden now, but it will echo across generations. Isolation also teaches discernment. When voices fall silent, you learn to distinguish the whisper of God from the noise of men. When support disappears, you learn that God alone is your sustainer. When comfort fades, you learn that His presence is enough. These lessons cannot be taught in crowds. They are forged in valleys. The valley of isolation also protects you. Not everyone can handle your destiny. Not every voice deserves to shape your identity. God removes certain people, not because they are evil, but because they cannot walk where you are going. Solitude becomes the shield that preserves your calling until it is time to be revealed. And here is the hope. The valley does not last forever. Just as winter gives way to spring, isolation gives way to unveiling. Moses emerged from the wilderness carrying fire in his voice. David emerged from the fields carrying courage in his heart. Jesus emerged from the desert carrying power in his spirit. You too will emerge, stronger, clearer, unshakable, chosen one. Your valley may feel endless, but it is temporary. What feels like emptiness is actually preparation. What feels like exile is actually consecration. One day soon, you will look back and realize that the valley of isolation was the birthplace of your strength. Lift your eyes. Though the valley is deep, the mountaintop is near. Though the silence is heavy, the voice of God is speaking. And though you feel alone, you are never abandoned. For in the valley of isolation, heaven walks beside you, shaping you for the glory to come. There are times when God bypasses the noise of your waking hours and chooses to speak in the stillness of the night. In dreams, visions, and signs, He reveals mysteries that your natural mind could not otherwise perceive. These are not random images or fleeting thoughts. They are prophetic whispers, messages wrapped in symbols, invitations to seek Him more deeply. From the earliest pages of Scripture, God has spoken through dreams. Jacob, fleeing from his brother, laid his head on a stone and dreamed of a ladder stretching from earth to heaven, angels ascending and descending upon it. That dream was not only comfort for a weary man, it was revelation of God's covenant, a sign that heaven was near, even in his exile. Joseph, the son of Jacob, received dreams of sheaves bowing before him, of stars and the moon acknowledging his light. To others, those dreams sounded arrogant, but to Joseph they were seeds of destiny. Though the pit and the prison followed, those visions carried him into the palace. Dreams are not always literal, they are often symbolic. Our door may represent opportunity. Water may symbolize the spirit. Storms may reveal warfare. God speaks in a language of images, not to confuse you, but to draw you closer, to make you seek his voice for interpretation. The Book of Job, chapter 33, verses 14 to 15, reminds us, for God does speak now one way, now another, though no one perceives it. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls on people as they slumber in their beds. Prophetic signs also extend beyond dreams. Sometimes it is a repeated number that keeps appearing, a word that you hear again and again, an encounter that feels too intentional to be coincidence. These are divine nudges, subtle signals that heaven is near and speaking. Think of Gideon, unsure of his calling. He asked for signs. First, dew only on the fleece, while the ground remained dry. Then, dew on the ground, while the fleece stayed dry. God did not rebuke him for asking. He answered, because signs are sometimes what strengthen a trembling heart. You too may have seen such signs. Perhaps a scripture appears at just the right time, or a stranger's words echo the very prayer you whispered in secret. Perhaps nature itself reflects what is stirring in your soul, a sudden storm mirroring inner turmoil, or a sunrise reminding you of fresh mercy. But discernment is crucial. Not every dream is divine. Some are echoes of the mind. Some are whispers of the enemy. That is why every dream and sign must be weighed against the Word of God. True revelation will never contradict Scripture, never lead you into fear or rebellion, but always point you toward faith, hope, and righteousness. Prophetic dreams and signs are invitations, not conclusions. They are glimpses, not full maps. God gives them to stir you, to awaken you, to guide you into deeper prayer. They are not meant to replace His word, but to complement it, like a spark that ignites hunger for more of Him. Picture a lantern in the night. It does not reveal the whole path, but it gives enough light for the next step. That is what prophetic dreams and signs are: lanterns. They do not remove the need for faith, they strengthen it. Chosen one, do not dismiss the visions that visit you in the night or the patterns you notice in the day. Record them. Pray over them. Seek wisdom to interpret them. What feels small may one day prove to be the very key to unlocking a season of destiny. For the God who spoke through burning bushes, through angelic messengers, through writing on the wall, still speaks today. And He has chosen to speak to you through dreams and through signs, as proof that you are part of His unfolding story. Prophetic dreams and signs are also mirrors of your heart. Sometimes they come not to reveal the future, but to expose what lies hidden within you, fears unspoken, decides unacknowledged, faith waiting to rise. A dream of being chased may reflect battles you are avoiding. A dream of climbing may reveal your hunger for higher ground. God uses the imagery of the night to show you what daylight often hides. There are also times when signs appear to test your attention. Heaven whispers gently, and if you dismiss it as coincidence, the meaning may pass you by. But when you lean in, when you pause and say, Lord, what are you showing me? The whisper becomes a word, and the word becomes direction. The key is not to obsess, but to stay attentive. Remember, even Mary, the mother of Jesus, received dreams and signs. Joseph was warned in a dream to flee to Egypt, and that simple act preserved the life of the Savior. What seemed like a passing vision became the difference between life and death. Never underestimate the weight of what God shows you in the night. So, keep your spirit tender. Keep your heart awake, even when your eyes sleep. And when you dream, when you notice signs, do not brush them away. Treasure them. Record them. Pray over them. They are proof that heaven bends low enough to whisper into your story. And when you look back, you will see that what seemed small, a fleeting dream, a subtle sign, was in fact the gentle hand of God guiding you toward your destiny. Obedience is heavy. It is not a light word or a casual suggestion. It is the very hinge on which destiny swings. To obey means to lay down your will, your comfort, your plan, and to pick up a command that may stretch you, confuse you, or cost you more than you imagined. Yet in that weight lies the secret of breakthrough. Throughout Scripture, every turning point begins with obedience. Noah built an ark when there was no rain. Abraham left his homeland without a map. Joshua marched around Jericho in silence. Peter cast his net on the other side after a night of failure. None of these acts made sense in the natural. Yet each act opened the door to the supernatural. The Word of God declares in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 5, verse 33, "Walk in obedience to all that the Lord your God has commanded you, so that you may live and prosper and prolong your days in the land that you will possess." Now, notice the promise. Obedience is the pathway to life, prosperity, and inheritance. The weight of obedience is great, but the reward is greater still. Think of obedience as a bridge. On one side stands your current reality, familiar, safe, predictable. On the other side lies your destiny, unseen, expansive, extraordinary. The bridge between them is obedience. You cannot leap across by wishful thinking. You must step onto the bridge, even when it sways, even when it creaks, even when fear tells you to turn back. But obedience is costly. It may cost you relationships that cannot walk the same path. It may cost you opportunities that glitter but are not aligned. It may cost you comfort, routine, and even reputation. Yet what you lose is nothing compared to what you gain. Jesus himself modeled this. In the Garden of Gethsemane, sweat like blood falling, he prayed, "Not my will, but yours be done." That single act of obedience carried the weight of salvation for all mankind. If the Son of God bowed under the weight of obedience, how much more must we embrace it? Perhaps you feel the pull of disobedience. It whispers promises of ease, shortcuts, pleasures without cost. But every act of rebellion carries hidden chains. Disobedience delays destiny, clouds vision, and erodes strength. The longer you resist, the heavier the burden becomes. Yet here is the beauty. Even delayed obedience can still unlock grace. Jonah ran from God's call, only to find himself in the belly of a fish. Yet, when he surrendered, the same call remained, and Nineveh was saved. Your disobedience does not disqualify you, it delays you. The invitation to obey still stands. Picture a key placed in your hand. It is small, almost weightless. Yet when you insert it into the right door, it opens treasures beyond your imagination. Obedience feels heavy in the moment, but it unlocks doors you could never force open otherwise. Think also of a farmer sowing seeds. To obey the rhythm of seasons, he must bury precious grain in the soil, letting it go, not knowing how it will return. Yet his trust in that process brings a harvest far beyond the handful he surrendered. So it is. With obedience you bury your will, but reap God's abundance. Chosen one, do not despise the weight of obedience. That heaviness you feel is proof that what you are being asked to do matters. Easy decisions rarely change the world, but heavy ones shape history. And now, I invite you to seal this moment with a prophetic declaration. Write in the comments the number 9,999. Let it be your sign that you are choosing full alignment. Total surrender. Complete obedience, not halfway, not partial, but whole. Why 9,999? Because 4 nines speak of finality and fullness. Just as 9 is the number of completion, multiplied nines declare that nothing is left undone. By writing 9,999, you are declaring, I will not hold back. I will finish what God has asked of me. My obedience will be complete. And for this act is not superstition, it is surrender. It is your way of saying yes when words are not enough. Chosen one. Obedience may weigh on your shoulders like a burden, but it will soon feel like wings. The moment you yield, strength will rise, doors will open, and peace will flood your soul. For obedience is never about losing. It is always about gaining what only God can give. Lift your eyes, steady your heart, and embrace the weight of obedience. For in carrying it, you will discover it was never meant to crush you. It was meant to crown you. The weight of obedience is also a hidden teacher. It teaches you patience because you cannot always see immediate results. It teaches you humility because obedience often demands surrender of your pride. And it teaches you trust because the outcome lies beyond your control. Without obedience, faith remains shallow theory. Through obedience, faith becomes lived reality. Think again of Abraham. Every step up Mount Moriah with Isaac was heavier than the last. The wood weighed on his son's back, but the true weight was in his heart. And yet, because he obeyed, he discovered a ram caught in the thicket, the provision that only appeared after the act of surrender. This is the mystery of obedience. Provision often hides until you obey. So, when you feel the heaviness of God's instruction, do not mistake it for cruelty. It is an invitation to see what you could never see otherwise. The burden may feel impossible, but grace will meet you in the moment of obedience. And when you look back, you will realize the weight that once pressed you down became the strength that lifted you higher. For obedience is not the end of freedom, it is the beginning of true freedom, where your will and heaven's will move as one. There is a war raging inside you, though many around you cannot see it. It is not a battle fought with weapons or visible enemies. It is the silent war within the conflict between spirit and flesh, faith and doubt, obedience and rebellion. This war is not occasional, it is daily, woven into every choice, every thought, every desire. The silent war begins in the heart. Outwardly, You may appear steady, composed, even strong. Yet inwardly, questions stir, temptations whisper, old wounds ache, and fear presses close. You wrestle not only with what others have done to you, but also with what you might do to yourself if you yield to weakness. Paul described this battle in the letter to the Romans, chapter 7, verse 19, "For I do not do the good I want to do, but the evil I do not want to do, this I keep on doing." Oh, even the apostle who carried revelation and authority confessed this inner tension. The silent war is not proof that you are unworthy. It is proof that you are human. It shows that you are awake, that your conscience is alive, that your spirit has not surrendered. This war is fought in whispers. A thought comes, "You are not enough." Another follows, "God has forsaken you." These darts strike quickly, aiming to erode faith. Yet alongside them rises another voice, "I am with you. I have chosen you. Stand firm." The battlefield is your mind, where every thought must be taken captive to truth. Think of a soldier guarding a city gate. If he allows enemies to enter unchecked, the city will fall. But if he examines every figure approaching, only allies may pass. So too, with your thoughts. Not every thought deserves entry. Discernment is your watchtower. Scripture is your standard. The silent war also emerges in desires. The flesh craves ease, pleasure, shortcuts. The spirit longs for holiness, endurance, purpose. Each choice you face is a clash between these voices. To yield to the flesh may feel satisfying in the moment, but it leaves chains. To yield to the Spirit may cost in the moment, but it brings freedom. This war is lonely because it is often unseen. Others may not know the depth of your struggle, the nights you spent in tears, the mornings you rose heavy with doubt. They see the smile, but not the battle. Yet heaven says, angels record, God himself measures the weight of every silent victory. Consider Jesus in the wilderness, alone, without food. He faced temptation after temptation. The enemy's words were subtle, even cloaked in scripture. No crowd watched, no disciples encouraged. Yet every refusal was a victory in the silent war, and those unseen triumphs gave him authority to walk in power. When he returned, another image. Imagine a volcano. On the surface, all appears calm, but beneath, pressure builds, fire churns, molten rock shifts. The eruption may come suddenly, but it is the result of long, silent battles within. Your silent war is like that volcano. What brews inside eventually shapes what is seen outside. Win the war within, and your outer life will reflect strength. This war cannot be won by willpower alone. Discipline matters, but discipline without spirit soon collapses. Victory comes when you yield your weakness to God, when you allow His Spirit to fight alongside you. Each prayer whispered in exhaustion, each tear shed in surrender, is a weapon. The silent war is not meant to crush you, it is meant to reveal you. Without resistance, muscles never grow. Without battle, courage never matures. Without struggle, faith never strengthens. What feels like torment is actually training. But know this, you will not always feel like you are winning. Some days you will fall. Some moments you will stumble. Yet the war is not lost because of a single defeat. What matters is that you rise, repent, and return. The silent war is not about perfection, it is about persistence. Think of Jacob wrestling with the angel at night, alone, in the dark. He fought until daybreak. His hip was struck, but his name was changed. That is the nature of the silent war. It leaves you limping, but it also leaves you transformed. Do not despise your struggle. The very fact that you wrestle is evidence that the Spirit is alive in you. Those who have surrendered entirely feel no conflict. The war within you proves that you are not content to live in darkness, that you hunger for light. Chosen one, the silent war will accompany you until the end. But it is not endless torment, it is ongoing transformation. Every small victory strengthens your spirit. Every resistance deepens your roots. Every surrender to God chisels away what is false and reveals what is eternal. And one day, when you stand before Him crowned, you will look back and realize the war within was the training ground for the glory without. The silent war is also where intimacy with God is forged. When no one else understands your battle, you discover that He does. When no one else hears your cries, you realize that He listens. In those moments, when your soul feels split between surrender and resistance, He draws near, not with condemnation, but with comfort, reminding you that His strength is made perfect in your weakness. Think of it this way: a blacksmith knows the value of a weapon not when it sits on display, but when it is tested in fire and pressure. Your soul, though weary, is being proven in the same way. Every hidden struggle you endure is shaping you into a weapon fit for the purposes of heaven. So do not despise this war, even when it leaves you exhausted, for it is in the silence of that battlefield that God forges warriors who cannot be broken, only refined. There are battles you fought and never knew, dangers that came close yet never touched you, storms that formed but dissolved before they reached you. Why? Because unseen angels stood between you and destruction. Though your eyes could not perceive them, heaven's warriors were stationed at your side. The scriptures declare this reality in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11. It is written, "For He will command His angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." This is not a metaphor, it is a promise. God does not leave His chosen ones unprotected. Around you, right now, there are sentinels of light, watching, guarding, pushing back what you cannot see. Think of a child sleeping in a house while a storm rages outside. Lightning flashes, thunder shakes the walls, rain pounds against the windows, yet the child sleeps in peace because a parent stands watch. The child may never know the vigilance of the one guarding, but safety is secured all the same. That is what angelic protection is like. You rest, unaware, while heaven's guardians keep watch. Elisha's servant once trembled when he saw an enemy army surrounding their city. Fear gripped him until Elisha prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, that he may see." And suddenly the servant beheld horses and chariots of fire encircling them. The enemy was real, but heaven's defense was greater. This same reality surrounds you. At times you may feel alone, but you are never unguarded. Angels do not need your permission to stand by you. They are commanded by God Himself. Their presence is proof that you are valuable, that your life carries weight too great to be left vulnerable. Yet here is the mystery. Angelic protection is often quiet. There are no trumpets, no grand displays. They move silently, like shadows of light, pushing back accidents, rerouting danger, silencing threats before they can take shape. You may only notice in hindsight the car that swerved at the last second, the opportunity you missed that would have harmed you, the sickness that threatened but never overcame. These were not coincidences, they were interventions. Picture yourself as a traveler walking through a dark forest. The path is narrow, and predators lurk in the shadows, yet unseen to you. Warriors walk beside you, their swords drawn, their eyes scanning the horizon. The predators see them, even if you do not, and they retreat. That is your reality. You walk accompanied, even when you feel alone. Chosen one, let this truth sink deeply. You are guarded because you are needed. Your calling is too important, your destiny too weighty, for heaven to leave you unshielded. And here, let me pause for something important. If these words awaken gratitude in you, if you sense how many unseen mercies have carried you to this very moment, then take a small step to keep this light shining, like this message. And it will be as if you add your own candle to the circle of protection, a visible flame, saying, I am covered. I am grateful. Now, share it. And think of a lantern passed along a line of travelers. Each hand that receives it is guided by the same flame, and what kept you safe becomes the same light that keeps another from stumbling. Subscribe, and see it not as a transaction, but as planting a stone in a wall of defense. Each stone added strengthens the fortress, ensuring the voice of truth does not fade, ensuring the watchmen on the walls can keep calling out warnings and hope. These acts, liking, sharing, subscribing, are not demands. They are offerings of gratitude, acknowledgements that what you've received should not stop with you. They are ways of saying, I see the protection over my life, and I want others to know it too. Amen. Back to the truth of angelic presence. Sometimes protection feels restrictive. Doors close. Plans fail. Paths are blocked. And you wonder if you've missed something. But often, those very blockages are shields. Angels do not only fight, they also redirect. What looks like a denial may actually be a detour around disaster. Think of Balaam riding his donkey. He pressed forward blindly, unaware that danger waited ahead. The donkey stopped, refusing to move, and Balaam grew angry. Only later did he see that an angel with a drawn sword stood in his path, ready to strike if he continued. What looked like stubbornness was actually salvation. This is how heaven works on your behalf. You see delay, they see danger. You see rejection, they see rescue. You see loss, they see life preserved. Chosen one. Angelic protection is one of the greatest proofs of your chosenness, for heaven does not waste its resources. Armies are not dispatched for trivial causes. If you are guarded, it is because you are carrying something precious, something the enemy desperately wants to destroy, but cannot. So the next time you wonder why you survived what others did not, why you escaped when odds said you should not have, why you stand still breathing when the storm tried to drown, you remember this: unseen angels have been with you all along. Lift your head in gratitude. You are not fragile. You are fortified. You are not alone. You are accompanied. You are not vulnerable. You are guarded by fire. And let that gratitude transform how you live. Walk boldly, knowing you are shielded. Speak freely, knowing your words are covered. Rest deeply, knowing heaven does not sleep. For as long as your purpose remains, the guardians of heaven will not leave your side. And when you finally see, in eternity, the record of how many times unseen hands intervened, your heart will overflow with awe. You will realize that every breath, every spared moment, every narrow escape was proof that heaven fought for you. Until that day, walk with quiet confidence, knowing you are never unprotected, never abandoned, always surrounded by God's appointed guardians. You are not marked by accident, you are marked for glory. From the moment you took your first breath, heaven placed a seal upon you. That seal is not visible to the natural eye, but it is undeniable in the spirit. Angels recognize it. Darkness fears it. And your soul feels its weight every day. Being marked for glory does not mean life is easy. In fact, it often means the opposite. Those who are chosen walk through trials sharper than others, endure storms fiercer than others, and face rejection deeper than others. Why? Because the mark of glory attracts both heaven's attention and hell's resistance. Think of Joseph. His father gave him a coat of many colors, a visible mark of favor. That coat stirred jealousy in his brothers, leading to betrayal, slavery, and prison. Yet the mark remained. What man tried to strip away, God preserved, until Joseph stood in Pharaoh's palace, clothed in greater glory than before. The scriptures remind us in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 18, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. This verse is more than comfort. It is prophecy. The glory you carry is greater than the suffering you endure. What weighs on you now cannot compare to what will be unveiled. Picture a sculptor working with marble. Each strike of the hammer chips away pieces of stone that hide the masterpiece within. To the marble, the blows feel destructive, but to the sculptor, they are purposeful. In time, the beauty within is revealed. So too with your life. Every trial, every heartbreak, every loss has been the hammer shaping you. What others see as brokenness is actually evidence that glory is being revealed. But here is the mystery. Glory is not only about the future. It is not something you wait for in eternity. It is something you begin to walk in now. Each act of obedience, each moment of faith, each surrender to God's will increases the shine of glory upon you. Glory is not about fame. It is not about applause. It is about presence. When glory rests on you, people may not know why they feel peace in your presence, but they do. They may not understand why hope rises when you speak, but it does. Glory is the evidence of God within you, radiating through your humanity. Moses knew this. After encountering God on Mount Sinai, his face shone so brightly that the people were afraid to look at him. He carried glory because he carried intimacy. You too carry this mark. It may not appear as radiant light on your skin, but it shines in the resilience of your spirit, in the wisdom of your words, in the fire of your faith. Yet carrying glory is costly. It isolates you, because not everyone understands. It humbles you, because you know it is not your own. And it demands perseverance, because the weight of glory is not light, but it is worth it. Another image. Consider gold placed in a furnace. as fire intensifies. Impurities rise and are skimmed away. What remains is pure, radiant, unbreakable. You have been through furnaces, not to destroy you, but to refine you, and each refining reveals more of the mark you carry. Chosen one. This is why you cannot compare your journey to others. Their path may look smoother, but their mark is different. You were chosen to carry something heavier, something brighter, something eternal. Do not envy their ease, embrace your glory. And now, let me invite you into an act of agreement. Write in the comments, "I carry glory." Oh, 3 simple words. But they declare volumes. They silence the lies that call you worthless. They confront the shame that tells you you're not enough. They announce to heaven, to earth, and to your own soul that you recognize the seal upon your life. Do not type it casually. Type it as covenant. Each letter becomes a hammer strike, carving truth deeper into your spirit. I carry glory. That is your identity. That is your inheritance. That is your destiny. The world may overlook you, but heaven does not. People may dismiss you, but angels honor you. Darkness may target you, but it cannot defeat you, because you are marked, sealed, chosen, and destined for glory. So lift your head, even in tears. Lift it, even in battle. Lift it, even in waiting. Lift it, for the mark you carry is not fading, it is growing stronger. And one day soon, what is hidden will be revealed. What is private will be public. And the glory of God upon you will shine so brightly that none will be able to deny it. The mark of glory is not a decoration you wear, it is a testimony you live. Every scar on your journey is a jewel on that crown. Every valley you crossed adds weight to your authority. Every no you endured from the world became heaven's yes, echoing louder in your spirit. Think of Esther. She was an orphan girl, hidden away, unnoticed, until the moment came when her mark could no longer remain hidden. At the appointed time, her courage unveiled the glory she was destined to carry. That same rhythm is true for you. You may feel hidden now, but glory does not stay silent forever. Glory, once revealed, is not about you alone. It overflows. It touches your family, your community, even strangers who cross your path. People sense it without fully understanding it. It is the invisible fragrance of heaven, carried by an ordinary vessel with extraordinary purpose. So when you declare, "I carry glory," let it not only affirm your identity, but also remind you of your responsibility. To carry glory means to reflect it rightly, to walk humbly, and to let your life point back to the one who marked you, for his glory is upon you, and through you, it will be revealed to the world. Waiting is one of the hardest furnaces a chosen one must endure. Fire tests your strength. Storms test your courage. But waiting tests your trust. To wait is to live in the tension between promise and fulfillment, to hold on to words spoken yet not yet seen, to keep walking while the horizon seems unmoving. The furnace of waiting is not passive. It is not sitting idly with folded hands. It is an active posture of faith, where hope becomes discipline and trust becomes worship. It burns because it feels like nothing is happening. Yet in truth, everything is being shaped beneath the surface. Think of Abraham. God promised him descendants as numerous as the stars. Yet, decades passed before Isaac was born. Each year felt like silence. Yet each year deepened his faith. The promise did not fail. It simply ripened in its season. The prophet Habakkuk wrote in chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." Our sender. These words are not poetic, they are prophetic. Every promise has an appointed time. To receive too soon would be to spoil the gift. To receive too late is impossible, for God's timing is flawless. The furnace of waiting refines your heart to align with heaven's clock. Picture a seed planted in the earth. Once buried, it disappears from sight. Days pass. Rain falls. Sun rises. But nothing breaks the soil. It seems dead, forgotten, yet underground. Life is stirring. Roots are forming. Foundations deepening. Only when the roots are ready does the sprout push upward. Waiting is your underground season. You may feel hidden, but you are growing. The furnace of waiting also exposes motives. Why do you long for the promise? For your glory or His? Waiting purifies desire until only the eternal remains. Like gold in a crucible, ambition and impatience are burned away, leaving faith refined. Consider Joseph again. His dreams spoke of rulership, but the path led him into pits and prisons. Years passed with no sign of fulfillment. Yet in waiting, he learned humility, wisdom, and stewardship. When the palace doors opened, he was not a boy boasting of dreams, but a man capable of leading nations. The furnace of waiting transformed potential into maturity. Another image. Waiting is like pottery in a kiln. The clay, shaped by the potter's hands, must endure heat to harden. Remove it too soon, and it crumbles. Leave it too long, and it cracks. Only the perfect timing yields a vessel fit for use. Your waiting is the kiln. Painful, yes, but necessary to ensure you can carry what God intends. Waiting is also warfare. The enemy loves to whisper in delay, "God has forgotten you. The promise was never real. You should give up." These lies aim to erode trust. But faith answers, "Though it linger, I will wait, for my God is faithful." Every day you refuse to quit. You win a silent battle. It is in waiting that prayer deepens. Desperation teaches you to cry out beyond surface words. Longing sharpens your ears to catch the faintest whisper of His voice. Tears become language. Silence becomes sanctuary. The furnace burns, but it also births intimacy. The waiting of David illustrates this truth. Anointed as king while still a shepherd, he returned to the fields. Years passed while Saul still reigned. Twice David had opportunity to kill Saul and seize the throne, but he refused. He would not shortcut God's timing. That restraint proved he was ready for the crown. Waiting is not weakness, it is wisdom. Chosen one. You may feel weary in this furnace. The days seem long. The nights endless. Prayers feel unanswered. Hope feels stretched thin. Yet trust this, waiting is never wasted. Every second is sacred, shaping your soul, aligning your heart, preparing your hands. Think of a symphony. Before the music begins, There is silence. Instruments are tuned, strings tightened, breath drawn. The pause feels empty, yet it is pregnant with sound. When the conductor lifts his hand, the music bursts forth. Waiting is that silence before the song. It feels endless, but it prepares you for the moment of release. Even Jesus knew the furnace of waiting. For 30 years, he lived in obscurity before stepping into public ministry. He was the Son of God. Yet, he waited, not because he was unready, but because the appointed time had not yet come. If he embraced waiting, so must we. The furnace of waiting is a sacred classroom. It teaches lessons no quick answer could. It trains your spirit to trust when sight fails, to persevere when feelings fade, to cling to truth when circumstances contradict. Do not despise this furnace. Though it burns, it refines. Though it lingers, it prepares. Though it hides you, it does not harm you. When the appointed time arrives, the door will open. The promise will unfold, and you will see that every second was worth it. So, stand firm in your waiting. Do not mistake delay for denial. Do not confuse silence for absence. God is working in ways unseen, weaving threads you cannot yet imagine. And when the moment comes, you will rise not as one who barely survived waiting, but as one strengthened, purified, and crowned by it. Chosen one. The furnace of waiting is not your prison, it is your preparation. And one day soon, you will step out, carrying the weight of glory that only waiting could forge. Waiting also teaches you to measure time differently. You stop counting hours and begin counting lessons. You stop asking, when will it end? And start asking, what is God shaping in me here? That shift changes everything. For the furnace of waiting is not about the delay, it is about the transformation. What emerges from the fire is not the same as what entered. And when you finally step into fulfillment, you will know it was not luck, not coincidence, it was timing, perfected by the hand of God. Chains are not always made of iron. Sometimes they are unseen, woven from fear, shame, bitterness, or lies believed for too long. Yet whether visible or invisible, chaînes confinent, they restrict movement, limit vision, silence voix, and convince hearts that freedom is impossible. But the story of every chosen one is marked by this, the breaking of chains. From Genesis to Revelation, God reveals himself as the chain breaker. He delivers. He liberates. He sets captives free. Bondage is never the final chapter for those marked by his name. Think of Israel in Egypt. Generations lived under oppression, their backs bent by slavery. Chains of labor and despair weighed them down, until God raised Moses to confront Pharaoh. With outstretched arm and mighty signs, he shattered Egypt's hold. The Red Sea became the dividing line between bondage and freedom. Another story, Paul and Silas in the Philippian jail. Their feet were fastened, their bodies beaten, yet their voices rose in song. At midnight, the earth shook. Doors flew open, and every chain fell loose. Their worship became the weapon that released not only themselves, but every prisoner around them. The prophet Nahum declared in chapter 1, verse 13, "Now I will break their yoke from your neck and tear your shackles away." This is not only history, it is prophecy. Chains are still breaking today. But chains do not always appear obvious. Sometimes they disguise themselves as comfort, a toxic relationship that feels safe but suffocates destiny, a habit that soothes the moment but steals the future, a mindset that whispers, "You can't," until you believe it. These are chains. Subtle but strong. The breaking of chains begins with recognition. You cannot be free from what you refuse to name. Israel cried out in their slavery, and heaven heard. Paul and Silas lifted songs in their confinement, and heaven responded. Freedom starts when your spirit refuses to remain silent under bondage. Imagine a bird in a cage. Its wings are strong, its song beautiful, but bars confine it. Over time, it may forget it was ever meant to soar. But the moment the cage door opens, instinct awakens. Chains work the same way. They trick you into thinking limitation is normal, until God shows you the door was never locked as firmly as you thought. Another image. Think of a prisoner shackled with ropes. The ropes appear impossible to untie, yet one flame of fire is enough to burn them away. God's presence is that fire. Where His Spirit moves, no bondage can endure. Chosen one. Perhaps your chains are internal. Fear grips you before you step. Shame haunts you after you fall. Doubt whispers louder than truth. These inner chains can feel heavier than any iron. Yet even these bow to the power of God's word. For the scriptures remind us in John, chapter 8, verse 36, "So if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed." 1. Freedom is not partial, it is complete. The Son does not loosen chains, He shatters them. The breaking of chains is often sudden, but sometimes gradual. Some chains fall in a moment of prayer. Others loosen link by link through process. Do not despise either, whether instant or slow. Freedom is freedom, and when chains break, the sound echoes beyond you. Paul and Silas were not the only ones freed. That night, their breakthrough became communal. In the same way, when your chains fall, others around you will find courage to seek their own freedom. Your life becomes a testimony, a living prophecy that no chain is unbreakable. But remember, broken chains must be left behind. Too many return to the comfort of what once bound them, like Israel longing for Egypt's food. They forget the cruelty of Egypt's whips. Freedom is not just release, it is refusal to return. The breaking of chains also demands renewal. A freed prisoner must learn how to walk outside the cell. A bird must relearn how to soar. So too with you. Freedom is not only about what falls off, but about what you step into. Consider Lazarus. When Jesus called him from the tomb, he emerged alive, but still bound in grave clothes. Jesus commanded others, "Unbind him and let him go." Resurrection gave him life, but freedom required removal of what still clung to him. Some chains fall by God's power, others are untied through community, through accountability, through walking with those who help you stay free. Chosen one. Your chains, whatever their form, are not stronger than your God. Addiction, shame, fear, rejection. None can withstand the fire of His Spirit. You were not created to crawl in bondage, but to stand in liberty. Lift your eyes to this truth. Every chain is temporary. Some may feel ancient, inherited from generations. But even generational chains bow. Some may feel personal, rooted in deep wounds. But even personal chains break. Some may feel spiritual, forged in darkness. But even spiritual chains shatter at the name above all names. The breaking of chains is both violent and beautiful. Violent, because bondage does not release easily. Beautiful, because the sound of freedom is like music to heaven, and when your chains break, angels rejoice, demons tremble, and your spirit sings again. So walk forward in confidence. Do not measure your future by the weight of your past. Do not let the memory of chains convince you they still bind you. Freedom is your inheritance, your right, your destiny. Chains have marked your journey, but they will not define your story. For every chosen one must pass through bondage, only to emerge as a testimony of freedom, and that chosen one is your truth. The chains are breaking, and you are rising. Freedom is not just the absence of chains, it is the presence of purpose. Once the shackles fall, your steps carry new authority. Your voice carries new power, and your life becomes a banner of hope. You are no longer defined by bondage, you are defined by breakthrough. Destiny is not a fragile idea floating in uncertainty. It is a seal pressed by the hand of God upon your life. What He has sealed cannot be stolen, cannot be erased, and cannot be altered by the hands of men. Your destiny is not an accident of circumstance, it is a decree from eternity. The seal of destiny marks you differently. While others drift with the winds of chance, you walk under the weight of divine design. Every step you take, every door that opens, even every detour you endure is woven into that seal. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is random. The Book of Job, chapter 23, verse 14 declares, "He carries out His decree against me, and many such plans He still has in store." I know, this verse reveals something profound. God's decrees stand, regardless of opposition. Though storms rage, though delays stretch long, though enemies plot, His sealed plan for your life will prevail. Think of a royal document sealed with the king's signet ring. Once stamped, no one can revoke it. The seal carries authority, weight, and finality. That is your destiny. Heaven's seal rests upon it, ensuring it will reach fulfillment. But here is the paradox. While your destiny is sealed, the journey is often uncertain. You may not see the full picture. You may walk through valleys, endure battles, and face silence. Yet none of these can break the seal. They are part of the process, not the end of the promise. Consider Daniel in Babylon. His destiny was sealed long before he entered the lion's den. Though empires rose and fell, though rulers opposed him, the seal of God preserved him. Even lions could not touch what heaven had decreed. Or Esther, an orphan marked by obscurity. Yet her destiny was sealed. No plot of Haman, no fear in the palace, no silence of the king could stop her rise. At the appointed moment, her sealed purpose unfolded, saving a nation. Another image. Imagine a letter placed in the mail. The journey may be long, the weather rough, the handling harsh. Yet, as long as the seal remains, the letter will reach its destination. You are that sealed letter. The bumps, delays, and detours cannot prevent your arrival at destiny. The sealed destiny also explains why opposition comes so fiercely against you. The enemy does not waste energy on what carries no threat. He rages most violently against those whose destinies are sealed for impact. The warfare around your life is not proof of weakness, but of worth. And here is a crucial truth. Your seal is not self-made. You did not create your destiny, so you cannot destroy it. It was formed in the heart of God before you drew your first breath. This is why shame cannot erase it. Failure cannot cancel it. And even your own mistakes cannot undo it. Grace holds the seal intact. But the seal does not mean passivity. A sealed destiny requires alignment. You must choose obedience, faith, and surrender to walk into what is already written. The seal guarantees the outcome, but your steps decide how quickly and fully you enter it. Think of Jonah. His destiny was sealed. Nineveh was his assignment. Yet disobedience delayed him, and rebellion brought storms. Still, the seal prevailed. The fish became his transport, and the word of the Lord came a second time. The seal held. Chosen one. Let this truth anchor you. Your destiny is sealed. You might feel delayed, but not denied. You may feel shaken, but not abandoned. You may feel hidden, but not forgotten. And now, to mark your agreement with this truth, I invite you to declare it in a prophetic act. Write in the comments the number 1111. Why 1111? Because it symbolizes alignment, divine order, and sealed oneness with God's plan. 4 ones, standing together, declare that your life is aligned with heaven's design. Unbroken, unshaken, sealed in completion. By writing 1111, you are saying, I trust the seal. I align with the decree. I will not fear the delay, for destiny is certain. Oh, this number is not superstition, it is declaration. It is your way of pressing your own agreement onto the seal heaven has already placed upon your life. So walk boldly. You are not wandering aimlessly, you are walking under decree. You are not guessing blindly, you are unfolding prophecy. You are not fragile, you are sealed, chosen one. Storms may shake you, but the seal stands firm. Darkness may oppose you, but the seal shines brighter. Time may test you, but the seal endures. Your destiny is not fragile ink, it is carved into eternity. Lift your head, straighten your back. Step forward as one whose destiny is not just hoped for, but sealed by the very hand of God. And when you doubt, when you feel weary, when you question the process, remember this simple truth: the seal still holds. The seal of destiny also means that what is yours does not need to be forced. You do not have to manipulate, compete, or grasp anxiously. When something is sealed, it is reserved. What belongs to you cannot fit another. What belongs to another cannot fit you. This truth frees you from envy and fear. It also means closed doors are not rejection, but redirection. A sealed destiny does not need every door, only the right one. God's hand is both protector and guide, ensuring that when the seal is opened, the timing and place are perfect. Think of Jesus in the tomb. The stone was sealed by human hands, guarded by soldiers, meant to prevent destiny. Yet no earthly seal could outlast the divine one. On the third day, heaven's decree prevailed. That is the strength of the seal you carry. Nothing and no one can stop what God has ordained. So breathe deep. Chosen one. Rest in this assurance. You are not fragile. You are sealed. To overcome does not mean you never fall. It means you rise every time you do. It means the fire could not consume you. The storm could not drown you. The chains could not hold you. And despair could not silence you. You are here, still standing, still breathing, still fighting. That is the mark of an overcomer. Overcomers are not made in easy places. They are forged in valleys, refined in furnaces, and stretched in wildernesses. Each scar you carry is not proof of defeat, but proof of survival. Each tear shed was not wasted. It watered the soil for tomorrow's triumph. The scriptures declare in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 11, they triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. They did not love their lives so much as to shrink from death. Victory is not earned by strength alone. It is secured by what Christ has already done and by your willingness to stand in that truth. Picture a tree battered by wind. Its branches whip and bend, leaves scatter, and the storm howls. To an onlooker, it seems the tree will break, yet because its roots run deep, it stands when the storm passes. That is you. Storms have bent you, but roots of faith kept you firm. Another image, imagine a pot of water on fire. As heat rises, the water begins to boil, producing steam. Steam, invisible yet powerful, can turn turbines and move engines. The pressure you endured is like that boiling. The very heat that seemed unbearable has created power within you to move forward and carry others. Chosen one. Your rise as an overcomer is not only about you. It is about everyone who will see your story and find courage in it. Like Paul and Silas singing in prison, your worship in chains gave others freedom. Your persistence becomes a testimony louder than words. And this is why what we are building together here matters. These words reach you like a hand in the dark, but they are also meant to reach beyond you. When you like this message, it is like lifting your torch higher, signaling to others in the valley. The light is still burning. You can rise too. Allah, when you share it. It is like passing along bread in a famine. What nourished you will nourish another. And no one should starve when manna is falling. When you subscribe, it is like joining a choir of overcomers. Alone, your song is strong. Together, our voices echo across valleys and mountains, reminding the world that chosen ones do not quit, they rise. These acts are not obligations, they are reflections of gratitude and community. They are small seeds with great ripple effects. One click is like a stone tossed into water, sending waves farther than you can see. Overcoming also means learning to see your wounds differently. Instead of hiding scars, you wear them as proof of survival. Jesus himself, risen in glory, still carried the marks of nails. They were no longer wounds, they were testimonies. So too, with you, what once was shame becomes story, and story becomes strength. Think of Israel crossing the Jordan. God commanded them to take stones from the riverbed and set them as a memorial. Those stones became a testimony. We passed through here. The waters parted for us. Your life carries stones like that. Testimonies of valleys crossed, fears endured, giant defeated. Each one is a memorial to the God who brought you through. And do not forget, being an overcomer is not about never feeling weak. It is about finding strength, even in weakness. Paul wrote, "When I am weak, then I am strong. Your vulnerability does not disqualify you. It proves that grace is alive in you. Another image, a phoenix rising from ashes. The fire that destroyed the old becomes the birthplace of the new. That is not myth, it is metaphor for what God does with overcomers. You do not rise the same, you rise transformed, brighter, stronger, untouchable by the flames that once consumed you. Chosen one. Let this truth sink deep. The enemy tried, but he failed. The storm raged, but it passed. The chains tightened, but they snapped. You are still here, and because you are still here, you are proof that heaven's word is true. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. So rise not with arrogance, but with quiet confidence. Rise not to boast, but to bear witness. Rise not only for yourself, but for those who need to see it is possible. You are an overcomer, not because life was easy, but because grace was greater. And as you rise, you shine not with your own light, but with the reflection of the one who brought you through. Overcoming is not simply surviving, it is transforming. You do not rise the same person who fell. The fire that once threatened to consume you now becomes the very fuel that propels you. The tears that once blurred your sight now water the ground where new vision grows. Every piece of pain becomes raw material for glory. Think of Jacob again. He wrestled through the night, wounded and weary. But as the sun rose, he carried not only a limp, but also a new name. That limp was not weakness, it was identity. It was the visible mark that he had fought, endured, and overcome. So too with you. What others call scars are signs of transformation, proof that you belong among the overcomers. And here lies the wonder. Overcomers carry an authority that cannot be manufactured. It is the authority of someone who has walked through fire and come out shining. People sense it even before you speak. Your presence testifies, I've been through, and I am still here. That presence alone brings hope, healing, and courage to others who long to rise. Chosen one. Your rising is not the end of your story, it is the beginning of your impact. There comes a moment when the gentle whispers of God turn into a final warning. Merci, stretchelon. Patience waits faithfully. But there is a line where heaven declares, no more delay. Choose now. This final warning is not spoken to frighten you, but to awaken you. It is the sound of a watchman on the wall, shouting before danger strikes. It is the trumpet blast before the gates close. It is heaven's way of saying, the time to decide has arrived. The scriptures remind us in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 26. If we deliberately keep on sinning after we have received the knowledge of the truth, no sacrifice for sins is left. These words are weighty. They reveal that rebellion is not without consequence. To hear truth and ignore it is dangerous. To know the way and refuse it is to walk willingly into darkness. The final warning often comes wrapped in subtlety. A door closes unexpectedly. A conviction pierces your spirit. A dream unsettles your sleep. These are not coincidences. They are divine alarms ringing in your soul. To ignore them is to silence the very lifeline heaven extends. Think of Pharaoh. Plague after plague came. Each one a warning. Each one an invitation to surrender. Yet his heart hardened, and at last the sea swallowed his armies. Warnings unheeded became judgment. Or Lot's wife. fleeing the city under fire. She was warned, "Do not look back." Yet in one moment of disobedience, she turned, and the warning became final. Warnings are merciful because they give space to choose. They are like a lighthouse flashing through fog. The rocks are real, the danger close, but the light offers safety. To ignore the light is to crash. To heed it is to live. Chosen one. Perhaps you feel the urgency now. The Spirit has whispered long enough, but today it presses harder. This is not coincidence, it is timing. This is heaven bending close, saying, "Do not linger, do not delay, do not toy with rebellion, choose life." Another image. Imagine a train waiting at the station. Doors open. Passengers board. Annoncement echo. But the train cannot wait forever. At last, the whistle blows. Doors close. And the train departs. Those who lingered behind miss the journey, no matter how much they regret it after. That is the nature of a final warning. It is not meant to terrify, but to urge. The time is short. Step in now. And here, I ask you to seal your decision with a declaration. Write in the comments, "I choose life." Oh, 3 words, but eternal in weight. They are not empty, they are covenant. By writing them, you declare that you will not ignore the light. You will not linger at the edge. You will not gamble with rebellion. You choose the path of life, even when it costs. Do not type casually. Let it be a prayer. Let it be your turning point. When you say, "I choose life," you silence every whisper of death, every chain of darkness, every temptation to delay. You agree with heaven's call and align with its promise. Remember, warnings ignored harden the heart. Each delay makes obedience harder. Each rebellion dulls the senses. But warnings heeded soften the soul, awaken faith, and unlock destiny. This is why you feel such urgency now. It is heaven's mercy, not its anger. It is the voice of a father who would rather shake you awake than watch you drift into ruin. So, take this seriously. Do not shrug it off. Do not say, "I'll decide tomorrow." Tomorrow is not guaranteed. What is guaranteed is this moment, this voice, this warning, this choice. The final warning is a gift, for it means the door is not yet shut. Mercy is still extended. Grace is still calling, but gifts unopened bring no blessing. You must act. You must respond. You must decide. Chosen one. Let this truth pierce your spirit. Heaven has sounded its trumpet over you. The final warning is clear. The time is now. Choose life. The final warning also separates the hesitant from the decided. In moments like these, neutrality is no longer possible. To delay is to decide, and to ignore is to reject. Just as Elijah asked on Mount Carmel, "How long will you waver between 2 opinions?" So too heaven asks you now. The call is not to half-hearted loyalty, but to complete surrender. Warnings are not about control. They are about rescue. A parent who shouts to a child running into the street does not shout to dominate, but to save. The urgency comes from love, not anger. That is why this moment is sacred. It is not condemnation, it is invitation. The final warning is God's way of saying, "I still want you. I still see you. I still call you mine." No, and consider this. Every yes you give to God not only shapes your eternity, but ripples outward. Your obedience becomes a legacy. Your surrender breaks patterns for your family. Your decision today becomes someone else's deliverance tomorrow. Final warnings are not just about saving you, they are about unlocking freedom for many. So hear this clearly: the time for hesitation is gone. The trumpet has sounded, the train is waiting, and the doors are still open. Step in now, while mercy still calls your name. One day, you will look back and thank God for the warning. You will see how close danger stood, how near the edge you walked, and how mercy reached out in time. That memory will not fill you with shame, but with gratitude, for the final warning was not the end of your story. It was the doorway into life, into freedom, into the fullness of your calling. There is a sound that no darkness can silence, a melody that rises from hearts once bound but now free. It is not sung by the proud or the self-sufficient. It is sung by those who know the weight of chains and the joy of release. This is the song of the redeemed. Redemption is more than forgiveness. It is restoration. It is being bought back from slavery, brought back from exile, raised up from death. When a soul experiences such a rescue, silence is impossible. Gratitude finds its way into song, even if the voice trembles, even if the tune is broken. The scriptures testify in the book of Isaiah, chapter 51, verse 11. Those the Lord has rescued will return. They will enter Zion with singing. Everlasting joy will crown their heads. Gladness and joy will overtake them, and sorrow and sighing will flee away. End quote. This prophecy paints a picture of what redemption sounds like. It is not a quiet whisper, it is a flood of joy, so overwhelming that sorrow itself must retreat. Think of Israel at the Red Sea. The waters closed over Pharaoh's army, and the people who once groaned under oppression lifted their first song of freedom. Miriam took a tambourine in her hands, leading the women in dance, proclaiming, "Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously." Their song was not rehearsed, it was born in the moment, the natural overflow of redemption. Or think of Hannah, barren for years, mocked by rivals, weighed by shame. When the Lord opened her womb, she lifted a song. "My heart rejoices in the Lord my horn is lifted high." Her voice carried not only her story, but a declaration that God is faithful to reverse what seemed irreversible. The song of the redeemed does not always sound the same. Sometimes it is loud, with hands raised and tears streaming. Sometimes it is quiet, whispered in the stillness of night. Sometimes it is written in journals, painted on canvases, lived out in daily acts of faithfulness. But always, it carries the same essence, gratitude that cannot stay hidden. Picture a prisoner walking free after decades in chains. His first breath of open air is not casual, it is deep, trembling, almost holy. That breath itself becomes a song. Redemption gives you air you did not think you'd breathe again, and with that air comes praise. Another image, a desert long barren, suddenly blooms after rain. Flowers burst forth where only dust had been. The colors, the fragrance, the life, all of it is creation, singing. Your redemption is that bloom, where shame once choked life. Joy now blossoms, where despair reigned. Hope now sings. Chosen one, your song may not sound like others. Do not compare its tone. volume, or style. The authenticity of your song is its power. Heaven is not moved by polished notes, but by sincere hearts. The sound of your gratitude is unique, and it adds a note to heaven's symphony that no one else can supply. Redemption also rewrites memory. Once, your past may have been a source of silence, a burden too heavy to speak of. But now, those same memories become verses in your song. What once made you weep in shame now makes you sing in awe. The pit becomes the prelude. The prison becomes the chorus. The wilderness becomes the bridge that leads to your melody of freedom. The book of Psalms echoes this truth again and again. David, who knew both guilt and grace, wrote, "He put a new song in my mouth, a hymn of praise to our God. Many will see and fear the Lord and put their trust in him." Notice the order. The new song was placed by God, not crafted by David. Redemption itself authored the melody. Your song is not just for you, it is for others. Just as David's psalms still give voice to millions, your testimony sung aloud will awaken courage in others. Redemption multiplies, it never stays contained. One voice lifts, another joins, and soon the song of the redeemed becomes a chorus that drowns out despair. Even creation longs for this song. Paul wrote that the earth itself groans for redemption, waiting for the revealing of the children of God. When you sing your song, you echo the longing of creation and answer it with hope. Redemption has come. Freedom is real. God has not forgotten. But perhaps you feel your song is faint, your voice cracked, your heart too weary to sing. Know this, even a whisper counts in heaven's ears. The weakest note, when born from a grateful heart, resounds louder than choirs sung without sincerity. Do not wait for strength, sing even in weakness. For redemption is not about your perfection, but his faithfulness. The song of the redeemed is also eternal. Revelation speaks of multitudes before the throne, clothed in white, singing a new song. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. That song will never end, because redemption itself is endless. Every redeemed soul adds to the chorus, and every story of rescue expands the harmony. Chosen one. Your life is an instrument. Every breath is a note. Every act of obedience, a rhythm. Every moment of gratitude, a melody. Do not silence your song. Sing it boldly. Live it loudly. Let it flow even when the world does not understand. For your song was written in heaven long before you sang it on earth. Let the redeemed say so. Let the rescued sing. Let the broken who are now whole lift their voices. And let your life, in every step, echo the eternal truth. I am redeemed. And when you sing, heaven joins in. Angels surround. Creation responds, and darkness trembles. For the song of the redeemed is not just music, it is warfare. It is testimony. It is prophecy. Each note declares, I was lost, but now I am found. I was bound, but now I am free. There is a moment approaching that Scripture describes again and again with urgency and clarity. The coming separation. It is not a metaphor, not a vague idea, but a reality woven into God's plan. From the beginning of creation to the words of Jesus himself, the truth remains, there will come a time when the chosen are separated from the unrepentant, the faithful from the rebellious, the wheat from the weeds. This truth is not meant to stir pride, but sobriety. To know that separation is certain is to awaken us from complacency. For though mercy is wide and grace abundant, a day comes when choices bear their final fruit. Jesus spoke in parables to illustrate this. In one, he described a field where both wheat and weeds grew together. The workers asked if they should pull up the weeds immediately, but the master replied, "No, let them grow together until the harvest. At harvest time, the separation would be clear. The wheat gathered into barns, the weeds burned away." The message is simple, for now, both righteous and unrighteous walk the same earth. But the day of harvest will reveal the true distinction. The scriptures declare in Matthew, chapter 25, verse 32, "All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats." Although this image of a shepherd is striking, sheep and goats may graze in the same fields, drink from the same streams, and look similar from a distance, but their nature is different, and the shepherd knows. So too, the Lord knows those who are his. Outward similarities mean nothing on the day of separation. What matters is the seal of belonging. Another parable describes fishermen casting nets. They gather fish of every kind, but later they sort the good from the bad. Again, the point is clear. Separation comes not at the beginning, but at the appointed time. Chosen one. This truth is heavy, but it is also hopeful. Heavy, because it reminds us that grace is not endless opportunity to delay. Hopeful, because it means justice will be done. Every tear cried in secret, every injustice endured, every act of faith unseen will be vindicated when God makes the separation. Think of Noah's Ark. For years, Noah preached righteousness as he built the ark, warning of what was to come. Many mocked, many ignored. But the day the rain fell, the line was drawn. Those inside were safe. Those outside perished. The ark was not only salvation, it was separation. Another image. Imagine a threshing floor. Grain is harvested and beaten, so the chaff separates from the kernels. The wind carries the chaff away, while the grain remains. This is what the coming separation will be like, a divine winnowing where what is genuine endures and what is false is blown away. But notice, separation is not always obvious now. Wheat and weeds grow side by side. Sheep and goats graze together. Fish swim in the same waters. It is not for us to judge prematurely. Our task is to remain faithful, to ensure we belong to the shepherd's flock, to keep our lamps burning, ready for his call. The coming separation is also an act of mercy. For how could heaven remain heaven if rebellion entered unrestrained? How could eternity be peace if sin was never judged? The separation is God's way of preserving purity, ensuring that those who love him dwell forever without fear, sorrow, or corruption. The prophet Malachi spoke of this day, saying, "Then you will again see the distinction between the righteous and the wicked, between those who serve God and those who do not. The distinction will not be blurred, not uncertain. It will be unmistakable, and this truth should steady your heart. For sometimes, as you walk this earth, it feels as if there is no difference between those who follow God and those who reject him. The wicked prosper, the faithful struggle. injustice abounds. But the coming separation promises that the story does not end this way. God will set all things right. Chosen one. This reality should not make you fearful, but vigilant. Live as one prepared. Keep oil in your lamp like the wise virgins, ready for the bridegroom's arrival. Walk as one whose life testifies now, so that when the separation comes, your place is secure. And if you wonder how to endure until then, remember this: the shepherd is not distant. He knows his sheep, even now. He calls them by name, leads them gently, and guards them fiercely. Separation is not about proving yourself. It is about belonging to him. Another image. Consider a jeweler examining gems. On a tray, stones may look alike, but under the light, the difference is clear. Some are precious, some are imitation. The jeweler knows the genuine because he has handled them closely. In the same way, the Lord knows his own. Your authenticity is not in outward appearance, but in the intimacy you share with him. So, let the coming separation shape how you live, not with dread, but with determination, not with arrogance, but with awe. For one day, the shepherd will call. The nets will be sorted, the wheat gathered, the ark sealed, the doors shut, and those marked as his will enter joy, while those who rejected him will face the consequences of their choice. Until that day, remain faithful, sing your song, carry your crown, walk in your calling. Let your life testify even in the midst of weeds, goats, and chaff. For when the harvest comes, when the trumpet sounds, when the separation unfolds, you will stand on the side of glory, not because you were perfect, but because you belonged. And when that moment comes, all questions will be answered. The hidden will be revealed, the faithful vindicated, the rebellious exposed. The separation will not be cruel, it will be just. And you, chosen one, will see with your own eyes that God's wisdom has guided every step to this day. There is a promise that has echoed across generations, whispered in the dark valleys, and thundered on the mountaintops, the eternal reward. Unlike earthly rewards, which fade with time and lose their luster, this reward is incorruptible. It is not subject to rust or decay, nor can thieves steal it away. It is the treasure laid up in heaven for those who remain faithful. The scriptures remind us in the first letter of Peter, chapter 1, verses 3 to 4. In his great mercy he has given us new birth into a living hope through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, and into an inheritance that can never perish, spoil, or fade. This inheritance is kept in heaven for you. This inheritance is not a distant dream. It is a sealed reality. Heaven has preserved it with your name upon it. The crowns, the robes, the places prepared, these are not symbols of pride, but of fulfillment. They represent the joy of a life poured out, the triumph of faith tested, the glory of promises completed. Think of Paul's words near the end of his journey. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day. His eyes were not on the chains of his prison, but on the eternal crown awaiting him. The eternal reward is also relational. It is not only about what you receive, but who you will be with. to see God face to face, to walk with the Lamb, to dwell in a place where no tears remain. That is the greatest reward of all. Everything else pales in comparison to the presence of the one who redeemed you. Picture a banquet hall prepared by the King. The tables stretch endlessly, filled with abundance beyond imagination. At the head sits the bridegroom, radiant, welcoming his bride. Every seat is filled by those who overcame, and the sound of laughter and song fills the air. That is the eternal reward, not just a feast of food, but of fellowship, joy, and eternal belonging. Another image: imagine a city gleaming with light, its streets paved with gold, its gates made of pearl. No night, no need for lamps, for the glory of God illuminates everything. This is not fantasy, it is the New Jerusalem, described in Revelation, and within its walls, every chosen one finds their eternal home. But the eternal reward is not uniform, it reflects faithfulness. Jesus spoke of servants entrusted with talents. The faithful steward, who invested wisely, was entrusted with greater responsibility and joy. Likewise, how you live now echoes into eternity. Your sacrifices, prayers, obedience, they are not forgotten. They are woven into your eternal inheritance. Chosen one, do not think your small acts are meaningless. A cup of water given in His name, a word of kindness spoken, a secret prayer whispered, all of it is recorded. All of it becomes part of your eternal reward. Heaven wastes nothing. The eternal reward also includes rest here on earth. Your body tires, your spirit grows weary, your mind wrestles with burdens. But there, rest is complete. Not idleness, but peace labor without exhaustion, service without strain, joy without end. It is the Sabbath fulfilled, the rest your soul has longed for all along. Think again of the imagery of Revelation. Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Yes, says the Spirit, they will rest from their labor, for their deeds will follow them. Their deeds do not vanish, they follow into eternity, becoming part of their eternal story. Yet the eternal reward is not merely compensation, it is communion, to gaze upon His face, to hear His voice without veil, to feel His presence without interruption. This is the heart of the reward. Everything else crowns. Cities, songs flows from that central reality, eternal union with God. And let this encourage you. The eternal reward is secure. The battles of today may leave you bruised. The valleys may feel endless, but none of it can rob you of the inheritance set aside. It is guarded, sealed, preserved by the one who cannot lie. The eternal reward is also transformative. Paul wrote that we will be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. Mortal will put on immortality. Weakness will clothe itself with strength. What is broken will be made whole. Your body, weary now, will rise incorruptible. Your heart, fragile now, will beat with eternal strength. Your mind, clouded now, will see clearly forever. Another image, a caterpillar entering its cocoon. To the outside world, it looks like death, like an ending. But within, transformation takes place. At the appointed time, the creature emerges, radiant, winged, soaring, That is your destiny. Death is not an end, it is the cocoon. Eternity is the flight. Chosen one. This is why you endure. This is why you fight temptation. Why you persevere in trials. Why you choose obedience when it costs. Because beyond the pain, beyond the loss, beyond the tears, there is a reward that outweighs it all. As Paul wrote, "Our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." And so fix your eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen. For what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal. Every sacrifice here is temporary, but every reward there is eternal. The eternal reward is not far away, it is nearer than you think. Each step you take in faith draws you closer. Each day you endure brings you nearer. And when the trumpet sounds, when the skies split, when the King returns, your reward will no longer be a promise, but a reality. Lift your eyes. Chosen one. You are not walking toward despair, you are walking toward reward. You are not laboring for nothing, you are sowing for eternity. And when at last you hear his voice say, "Well done, good and faithful servant," every tear, every wound, every hardship will vanish in the light of eternal joy. There is a day approaching, unlike any other. A day when all creation will witness the culmination of God's plan, the final gathering. It is the moment when time gives way to eternity, when heaven and earth unite, when every chosen one is brought together in the presence of the King. This gathering is not rumor or myth. It is the consistent promise of Scripture. Prophets foresaw it. Apostles proclaimed it. And Jesus himself spoke of it with certainty. It is the day when the trumpet will sound. The dead in Christ will rise, and those alive will be caught up together to meet him in the clouds. The Apostle Paul wrote in the first letter to the Thessalonians, chapter 4, verses 16 to 17, "For the Lord himself will come down from heaven, with a loud command, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trumpet call of God. And the dead in Christ will rise first. After that, we who are still alive and are left will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so we will be with the Lord forever." Zhao. This is the hope that anchors the faithful, the assurance that separation, sorrow, and suffering will all give way to eternal togetherness. Imagine the scene: countless multitudes clothed in white, gathered from every tribe, tongue, and nation. The diversity of earth united in the harmony of heaven. The sound of worship like rushing waters, voices blending into a single anthem, "Worthy is the Lamb." This is not imagination, it is prophecy waiting to unfold. Another image: a bride prepared for her bridegroom, every detail perfected, every stain removed. Radiant and ready, the final gathering is the wedding feast of the Lamb, where the church, purified and prepared, is united with Christ forever. This gathering is not selective in the sense of human status. Kings and paupers, scholars and shepherds, known and unknown, all who belong to him will stand side by side. Titles will vanish, crowns will be cast down, and only the name of Jesus will remain exalted. The final gathering also fulfills every longing of the human heart. The ache of loneliness ends. The cry for justice is answered. The tears shed in silence are wiped away. Every fracture is healed, every loss redeemed. What you carried in faith here becomes visible fulfillment there. Think of the reunion it brings. Loved ones, lost in faith, will be seen again. The faithful across ages: Abraham, Moses, Ruth, David, Mary. Paul will stand not as distant figures, but as fellow worshippers in the same throng. Generations separated by centuries will join voices in a single song of praise. But more than reunion with others, the final gathering is about seeing him, to behold the face of the one you trusted without seeing, to hear the voice you followed through whispers and silence, to touch the hands that carried scars for your salvation. This is the pinnacle of hope. The prophet Isaiah declared, "On this mountain the Lord Almighty will prepare a feast of rich food for all peoples, a banquet of aged wine, the best of meats and the finest of wines. He will destroy the shroud that enfolds all peoples, the sheet that covers all nations. He will swallow up death forever. The sovereign Lord will wipe away the tears from all faces." This vision captures the beauty of the final gathering. It is not only joy, but victory, not only feasting, but freedom. The final gathering is also the moment of fulfillment for every promise God has spoken. What began in Eden, fractured by sin, will be restored. What prophets longed for, what apostles preached, what martyrs died believing, will all converge in this climactic moment. Another image, the great tapestry of history. For now, you see only the backside threads tangled, colors scattered, patterns unclear. But in the final gathering, the tapestry will be turned, and the masterpiece will be revealed. Every moment, even the painful ones, will be seen as part of the design. Chosen one. The final gathering is why you endure. It is why you carry your cross, why you fight the silent wars, why you keep oil in your lamp, because one day you will join that throng, and the sufferings of this life will seem light compared to the eternal weight of glory revealed. Let this truth steady your heart. The final gathering is not far, it is nearer with each breath, each sunrise, each heartbeat. And when it comes, there will be no mistaking it. The trumpet will sound, the skies will split, and eternity will begin in fullness. So live with eyes lifted. Do not let the distractions of earth blind you to the destiny awaiting you. Let the hope of that day shape how you endure this one. For the final gathering is not a question of if, but when, and when it comes, chosen one, you will stand among the multitude, robed in white, crowned in glory, your voice lifted with millions, proclaiming the anthem of eternity. And in that moment, every shadow will vanish. Every question will be answered, and only joy will remain. This is your destiny. This is your inheritance. This is the final gathering. The final gathering is not only the close of history, it is the unveiling of eternity. Every chapter written, every tear cried, every prayer whispered becomes part of the story that leads to that great day. Nothing will be wasted, nothing forgotten. The faithful will rise with joy that cannot be stolen, and the redeemed will stand in awe at the beauty of God's completed plan. So let your heart hold fast to this hope. When trials press, remember the multitude that awaits. When loneliness lingers, remember the fellowship that is coming. When questions trouble you, remember the day when answers will shine brighter than the sun. For soon, very soon, you will stand in that assembly, not as a stranger, but as one welcomed home, gathered forever into the embrace of the King. Chosen one, you have walked through valleys and mountains in these words. You have listened to whispers of warning, visions of glory, and promises of eternal reward. And now, as this journey closes, let me remind you, this was never just a script. It was a mirror for your soul, a torch for your path, and a reminder that you are part of a story greater than yourself. Every scar you carry, every tear you've shed, every silent prayer you thought was unheard, they are woven into the tapestry of your destiny. And now you stand at a crossroads, not the kind marked by roads and signs, but the kind written in eternity, a choice to live as ordinary, or to step fully into the truth that you are chosen. The journey of the chosen one is not without cost. It demands courage when fear whispers, perseverance when weariness sets in, and trust when the way is unclear. Yet the reward is greater than the sacrifice. Glory awaits you. Freedom surrounds you. Eternity is already echoing your name. And here, before we close, let me speak plainly. What we have built together through these words is not just for you to keep hidden. Light was never meant to be hidden under a bowl. It was meant to shine. Hope was never meant to be hoarded. It was meant to overflow. So, with sincerity, I invite you to act in ways that help this light reach further. When you like this message, it is like placing another stone in a monument of testimony, a visible mark that says, "This word matters. I receive it." End of phrase. When you share, imagine passing a torch in the night. One flame may light your way, but when passed along, it can ignite 1,000 fires in 1,000 hearts. There are others still wandering in shadows who need this light. And when you subscribe, it is like joining a family gathering around the fire. Alone, a flame flickers. Together, it becomes a blaze that warms many. Subscribing is not a transaction. It is a declaration that you belong, that you choose to walk with those carrying the same call. Finally, let your voice join in. Leave a comment below, not just as words on a screen, but as your mark in the story. Write what resonates with you, what awakened hope in you, or even what battles you are still fighting. Your comment might become the lifeline someone else reads at just the right time. Do these things not out of obligation, but out of overflow. Think of it as pouring water into a river. Each drop may seem small, but together they carve valleys, move stones, and create streams of life where once there was none. Chosen one, your journey does not end here. These words close, but your story continues. Walk boldly, shine brightly, and live fully as one who is marked, sealed, redeemed, and destined for glory. For heaven is watching, eternity is waiting, and the world still needs the light you carry.